Today. In the political bureau tomorrow, our governor, Mr. Fountakis, will participate. We're very delighted that the commissioner, Mrs. Ferreira, will be here tonight to our dinner and join our political bureau tomorrow in order to exchange views with the members of the political bureau of CPMR. Coming out of an election, our region has recently been re-elected with a big majority, I would say, and that is a very important responsibility for us, for our governor and for all of us, and participating also in the European discussions and dialogues for us is important, especially in the process of the Euro elections that are coming in the following months, on June, I think beginning of June. I will continue in Greek. Όταν ολόκληρος ο πλανήτης
When the whole planet was welcoming the new millennium with celebrations, most of us were aware of the fact that we were entering a new era full of challenges and also a time that would require many responses. However, I believe that we were not aware of the full size of the challenges, and in particular, we didn't know how much time we had in order to provide the answers that this new era requested. Today, unfortunately, we are obliged to accept two very harsh realities. Firstly, that the size of the challenge of the climate change is not simply immense, but is rapidly growing year upon year. And also, the time we have to respond to the challenges of climate change is not simply limited, but is drastically reduced year upon year. From the beginning, we were obliged to immediately move from the point of awareness to studying, taking action, and dealing with this existential threat. And I call climate change an existential threat because we have now all perceived what these extreme weather phenomena mean for our society, economy, and life itself on the planet. Regional maritime areas are on the front line of the impacts of climate change. And in the last decade, the member regions of CPMR have worked systematically in designing strategies in order to strengthen the resilience of infrastructure, of the economy, and of society as a whole. Now, however, it is absolutely necessary to look for innovative solutions and alternative strategies so that we can increase the level of adaptation and maximize the readiness of maritime areas vis-à-vis the impacts of climate change. I don't know whether this plan sounds extremely ambitious, but we need to find solutions that will make our response time as quick as possible and strategies that will minimize the impact of extreme weather phenomena. We at the region of Western Greece are dealing to a very great extent with the phenomenon of coastal erosion due to climate change. In many cases, this problem is further aggravated since we have to deal with the destruction of works protecting our coastal areas that were built in previous decades. The construction of these works was based on predictions for less intense weather phenomena of a lower frequency. For example, occurrences that would take place each 50 years. But these circumstances have now radically changed. A characteristic example are the cases of coastal erosion in Rion, for example, where projects of 10 million euros are being put forward, also in Verneka, 10 million euros in cost, in Eyalia and other regions as well. In fact, we shall have the opportunity to visit such an area of interest, where we will study the way in which the region of Western Greece is working to improve the resilience of coastal areas. Finally, I believe it is useful to make a brief but substantial reference to an initiative that I believe will further and strengthen interregional collaboration. I am talking about the initiative Friends of the Mediterranean Macro-Region, which is supported by France, Italy, Cyprus, Malta, Turkey, and Greece, and other countries as well. Do forgive me if I have forgotten to mention any. The goal of this initiative is to create a permanent instrument that will facilitate dialogue, the exchange of views, and collaboration in the Mediterranean in order to reach solutions to our joint problems through international collaboration and transnational projects. Our region has a leading role in this initiative and is hoping for your support. Welcome once again to the hospitable region of Western Greece. I am certain that our meeting will lead to the best possible outcome. Thank you very much.
Kalimera.
Good morning.
All of you, our dear President and Deputy Governor Zaimis, for hosting this very important event and our statutory meeting tomorrow, indeed. First of all, I must say, you can trust me all if I tell you that you will enjoy every single moment in this wonderful land, because I've been here 3 times already, so this is the 4th. And you will enjoy everything, the history, the food, the wine, the landscape, and I'm sure also you will understand very well all the dynamics of climate adaptation, coastal erosion, looking at the infrastructure also in this wonderful region. So having said that, I would like just to give you a few hints on the agenda of today, just so we get organized. As you will see in the program, we will start with a first session that is completely focused on climate vulnerability. Stressing challenges, lesson learned, best practices coming from the different array of our membership. We will have indeed the interventions from all over our geographical commissions, members from different countries, and also the important intervention of the European Commission that will indeed explain us the latest news about European policies dealing with climate adaptation. And this session will be moderated by my colleague Giuseppe Sciacqua, our Director for Climate and Maritime Affairs, that stands just at my left side. So we will have the opportunity to delve into these very interesting subjects, and then we will jump into the second session that will be more focused on the other side of the coin, basically. The other side of the coin is, in our view, the collaboration, the cooperation, the added value that the cross-border and interregional cooperation has precisely to increase capacities, the response of territories to climate change, to risk prevention, and indeed to contribute to what we know and what we would like to see as the new generation of EU adaptation policies in the future. I will moderate that session, and we will, of course, indeed count on the contribution of different member regions that we showcase also initiatives and projects, and I very much hope that we can use this as an opportunity to build further cooperation for the future. Also, these debates today are significant because they will contribute also to our policy position that we will start to work on with the horizon of the next General Assembly of the CPMR that will take place in our beautiful region of Gozo at the beginning of October. So this is a step in a process. It's not a seminar per se. It has a value for us to reflect and shape our policy positions for the future. After the seminar, after the end of our discussions course, our president and Mr. Fokyonzaimis will guide us into the next steps for the future. So they will conclude this event, and in the afternoon we will have a technical visit that will also expand a bit the scope of our debates today, because it will deal also with some mitigation aspects and innovation aspects that are also the other side of the coin when we think about climate change, adaptation and both mitigation of climate change policies. So I think we have all the factors, all the elements for a really productive seminar. We have gathered, I think, here, approximately 60 representatives from 22 regions. Also, some are online because they will intervene online in the debates. And this event is also web streamed, so other members are following it. So I think all conditions are met for having a fruitful event. And I will leave it here for the moment and give the floor directly to my colleague Giuseppe Sciacca that will moderate the first session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Deputy Secretary General, and thanks a lot to our President and of course to the Deputy Governor for this opening session. I invite the speakers of this first session to join me here, please. Just a few minutes to arrange a little bit the stage. Yes, please come, don't be shy. Whatever you want. Here. Okay. So, as Davide said, this first session will focus on main challenges, lessons learned, and of course, best practices. Please take a seat. Coming from our member regions, but before moving to the concrete experience gathered from our regions, we will have the opportunity to hear a keynote speech from a representative of the European Commission, Mrs. Irene Bonvissuto, that should be connected online. So I'm looking at the technicians. Okay, I see that Mrs. Bonvissuto should be connected. So she's smiling, so I guess that she can hear me. Could you confirm that you could hear me, Mrs. Bonvissuto?
Yes, good morning. I do hear you.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. So you are a team leader at the EU Mission Adaptation. You work for DG Klima, and thanks for participating in our seminar today and for sharing an overview of the large EU policy framework, but also specific input regarding the European action when it comes to climate change adaptation, and of course also maybe opportunities for our member regions when it comes to developing projects or setting up international consortia. So it will be a very long session, so without any further delay, I will give the floor to you, Mrs. Bonvissuto, for this keynote speech, and then we will come back to our speakers for the experience from the ground. So please, you have the floor, and welcome again.
Thank you. I will try to indeed stay on the time. I hope the presentation is now visible. There were some technical hiccups, but I hope it's now visible on the screen.
I will try to... No, we cannot see it. Yes. Yes. Please, go ahead.
Can I go ahead? Thank you. Good morning, everybody, again. So I have an echo coming back with my voice. Is that something that can be fixed as well, if possible?
I think that my colleagues will do the best to fix, but please go ahead.
Thank you. So indeed, I think the introductory words already did address the problem in the coastal areas and the problem of climate change in the coastal area. It's clear that the coastal area have a lot of, they are subject to a number of different hazards. We do have seen that there is indeed the question of sea level rise, coastal floods, storm surge, problems of ocean warming and heat waves, acidification, all of that having big impact on the ecosystem. We do also see that different stressors actually do make the situation even worse. And indeed, it's my role today to take you a little bit also through what we are doing from the Commission side and what we're a very specific analysis, which really touch upon what each member states should do differently and what are the, indeed the recommendation overall. In general, overall, I think there are some guiding trends that in general water management is really one of the most important um, areas that should be taken into account. And I think this is also very important when we look into the national energy and climate plans, which tend to be very much focused on the energy system and in the energy security, but actually the dimension of how water management can actually impact the capacity also the member states to actually assess sufficient energy in the future was also one of the elements that we stress in there. So it's very much also the analysis of the NSCP, which underlines how the capacity for adapting to the climate of the future is not yet well developed. And that's for the reason why we really provided those recommendations also in the analysis of the NSCP. So far, the adaptation angle of the NSCP, to be very honest, has been, let's say, a minor element, while indeed the member states had also reported specifically on adaptation, and specifically on adaptation what we have actually given back was indeed very much um, an assessment, and across the board, across all the member states, we have seen that indeed adaptation is rising on the political agenda. No surprise, we had many negative weather events, or let's say very disastrous weather events and they are becoming more and more frequent. And this is indeed important also for the political people to actually take into account that the citizens are actually starting to see and asking for more action. Uh, for us, it's important to see that actually mitigations continues to be quite much into the policy line, but more and more indeed the little sister of adaptation starts to take big part of the political agenda, and this has happened for sure in the last month, and even more under this semester under the Belgian presidency, which has really put a lot of energy into that one. So what we have seen indeed is that adaptation is rising on the political agenda, but the picture is still quite um, uh, patchy, is not consistent across the different member states. The impacts are actually coming and actually getting fast, and actions is needed even faster and smarter, but this is not yet the case everywhere. In general, what we see with adaptation is that we do believe it's not just an intervention at the national level that is needed, it's really an intervention across the different level of the governance, down to the regional and the local level, and this is not much yet what is happening. I mean, this integration of the different levels in the governance is not yet coming really to life. So, I mean, not that you need to see these light in details, but you need to know that actually the recommendation went to each member states with really a detailed analysis of what they're doing well and what they're not doing well. The dark blue basically means improvement, and I think what the only thing that's important of this slide is probably the amount of dark blue. So there is quite some dark blue, which is good. But I mean, still there are a lot of question marks as you see all over the place, which means much more action will need to come. And in 2 years from now, we're going to do another assessment and another review. So I think indeed the finding I already mentioned a bit, what we have seen all overall. I think it's important that indeed all the member states have concluded some climate risk assessment, but in some cases this is more robust, in some other cases needs to be updated. In general, we're seeing some progress on the measures. The big question remains on financing, who finance climate adaptation. So far, the countries, member states do not have a dedicated budget for adaptation. We tend to see adaptation as an angle of climate. But again, if we really look at the spending, is always a limited part, and this is really something that we need to also start changing a bit in the narrative, because it's it's true that it's public, in many cases considered public good, but in reality, the amount of the challenge is so huge that the public budget would be sufficient, even if it was coming in much bigger levels than today. And this is also where we want to bring in more private investors. Now, going to the most recent things that happened just last week, the European Environmental Agency has published the first ever European climate risk assessment report. So it's for now there is the executive summary and the complete edited report will come next month. But what is very clear there is actually that, that Europe is heating much faster than other continents. And what is clear there, I mean, what the EA has been very helpful with this scientific report to identify is that there are clear hotspots of where the climate risks are going to impact heavily. And those are Southern Europe, low-lying coastal areas, outermost regions. And I think in your constituency, clearly you have quite, of those hotspots, I mean, quite of your members to cross those hotspots condition. And I think it's very, very pertinent that you have this discussion about how to accelerate preparation there. So the report did identify some key risk for Europe. It's clear that when we talk about water, when we talk about coastal areas, when we talk about coastal erosion, coastal area, coastal flows, coastal erosion, saltwater intrusion into groundwater, those are all big urgent issues on which we need to act. And again, those are things which have been highlighted in the report. And the related communication on managing climate risk, protecting people and prosperity, which again was adopted last week, Tuesday last week, just a few days ago, really address how we're going to work, how we're going to have, what we have to work, and highlights more, we say, the cascading impacts and the fact that actually risks do combine with each other, and actually they can have much worse impact. So I think this is some, very recent effort we've done. One thing that, the reason why I wanted to talk about the communication is because indeed I'm the team leader for the mission on climate adaptation, and the mission a key enabling tool to accelerate bringing innovation on climate adaptation to the ground and implement some solution even faster than for the entire Europe. So really looking at pilot places and pilots regions that can demonstrate solutions already towards 2030. The mission is anchored in the communication as indeed an enabler, and in that is also an enabler for local action, which indeed is on this understanding that climate vulnerabilities are obviously they are everywhere in Europe, but there are very different vulnerabilities in the local places, and we need target and tailor-made solution towards those vulnerabilities. So I think I'm asked also to talk a bit about the EU financing options. There are a number of ways adaptation is potentially financed. Reality, none of those programs have ring-fenced budget for climate adaptation, and this is the big question about how much the political visibility of adaptation can actually increase spending on adaptation when normally cohesion funds and other programs, they do have climate budgets targets. And I think now going forward towards the next MFF, we're starting obviously discussion also on should we look into protecting specifically budget envelope for adaptation rather than climate, which, and as I said, normally mitigation takes the biggest share. Now, going to the mission, the mission is indeed one of those, let's say, new tools, Green Deal mission established under Horizon Europe. So it's anchored in research and innovation. Horizon Europe is the research and innovation program. And the objective of the mission on adaptation to climate change is to help at least 150 regions, as I said, to become already to work against climate resilience already by 2030, when the overall objective for Europe is actually to get there by 2050, as expressed by the climate law. So how the mission works is very much helping the community to understand the climate risk in which they are, prepare plans towards those, and finally putting, here you see in the top of the pyramid, 75 demonstrations. So really scaling up innovative solutions on the ground so that they actually can help to contribute to improve towards climate resilience. Now, there are a number of actors obviously in the mission because we are sitting in Brussels, we work with the national authorities, but as I try to explain, we really see the vulnerabilities being very local, and that's why we do work a lot with the region and the local authorities to actually be the actors of such early adapters and the actors of such a acceleration of the transformation. And in doing that, we obviously we're trying to work also with the businesses because indeed there is some important investments to make, important new innovative solutions sometimes to be developed, and we're trying to work with the citizen because there is a lot of component on also being aware of the climate risk and being ready to change sometimes also behavior or accepting different spatial planning. So this is how we work. Through the mission, we launch a mission charter to which a number of regions have adhered, regions, cities, and local authorities across Europe. They are really of different sizes. They are not necessarily equally spread, but probably this is also as an effect on how the climate risks are different and how the regions and the cities are differently helped also by the national structures. For instance, in Germany, where probably they have a lot of federal support, they are not really coming to Brussels for looking for support. Now, what we do through the mission is very much the exchange of best practices and really helping regions to twin and really exchange on solutions, which I think was mentioned also earlier in the opening statement as one of the things that you're trying to do with your community and your conference, which I think is very much in the remit also of what we try to promote. Now, we do work again on supporting the regions in different ways. Probably the most tangible way is providing grants through Horizon Europe. We have a number of projects already running. They directly involve regions and cities and coastal area in that case for testing and demonstrating the solutions on the ground. We also provide technical assistance in local languages, which we understand is very important. And we do provide scientific guidance and scientific, let's say, knowledge. In some cases, we also try to work, as I said before, on facilitating investment, knowing that the real issue seems to be not budget in general, but rather uh, l- finding a way to make that budget available and to make projects bankable. So we're trying to work a lot with advisory services to really make the adaptation project bankable, because of this question of it's public good, but it's not obvious to see cash flows or a stream of revenue from those projects. So far, they have rather been projects invested by public financing, but indeed the size of the challenge is huge. So looking into how to bring in the banking sector, the insurer sectors, is also an opportunity to also trying to look into the bankability of projects in a different way. And on that, we're really working with the IB, starting with the EIB, but also with other possibly association of private banks. So I'm almost close to conclude, but so basically what the mission does is really looks into key systems, and we have just trying to map what those key systems are. But I think the most important, or let's say one of the most relevant, where we always end up discussing, is indeed related to water management, both on the extreme of low water, like droughts cases, but in many cases also whatever is related to water. So it really can also, under that we really touch on extreme weather events, big, let's say, storm surges, coastal erosion is also partially related there to water. Critical infrastructure, we also see that obviously infrastructure which is in a coastal area is also, very much at the interaction and the interface between the purple bubble here and the blue square here. In all what we do tend to work a lot with nature-based solution. This has been really put at the very center and the very center place of the mission work. And we do work a lot, or we try to work on the enabling conditions, so behavioral change data, but also very much on governance, on bringing in the national, the regional, and the local actors all together. And obviously, I mentioned already a number of times on financing to really look for how can we unlock the financial resources for the investment. So this is what the mission does. So far, we have a number of projects, as I mentioned, in the portfolio. The most tangible is indeed also project and financing going out to region and local authority to conduct their climate risk assessment and to develop their adaptation pathways. So through what you see here on the screen, because this is really the fundamental, let's say, basis on which then testing and demonstration of solution can actually come. Typically, we do finance innovative solutions, but we finance a lot of this exchange of best practices across different places in Europe. And I think with that, I am finished on my overall presentation. Now, I was asked to touch base on what are also the opportunity of financing. I think, specifically, we have not done yet a specific call on coastal area, but obviously with the UCRA, so this European Climate Risk Assessment, highlighting the hotspot being on low-lying coastal areas, outermost region in Southern Europe. I think we have all the urgency and the pressure to really go and focus a lot of the future work also the mission on those hotspots. And I think with that, I have concluded my intervention. Thank you.
Debate. Just a very quick comment from my side. You quoted the HEUCRA, that is a very welcome, let's say, progress and how to come from a European Commission and agency so far. You said that there is this specific focus on outermost region that is very important for us, for CPMRs, because we have a lot of members that are outermost region, but I think that there is still some progress to be done when it comes to the specific local analysis, for instance, at the NUTS2 level. And I would like to point out that we are ready to cooperate and to have a dialogue with the European Commission and the Environment Agency to try to understand how we could have this analysis also at the NUTS2 level or subnational level. That is quite important in order to spark the technical political reflection when it comes to the strategies and the action plan within our regions. So thanks again for your intervention, and I move quickly to the first speaker of this session, and it is a pleasure for me to welcome Ms. Maria Cruz Ferreira Costa, Secretary on Energy, Sustainability and Climate Action from Murcia. So thanks, Maria, for coming, for being here with us. I will share the PowerPoint, so please, and this is the remote control.
Well, I will start as soon as he put just the slides. Thanks for all, first of all, thank you for inviting me here. It's the first time I participate actively in one of your meetings. So thank you. I see some people I knew from another organization, some are really new faces for me, but very nice to be here. So first of all, I will focus, they told me I have 10 minutes and I have many problems, but one of the problems I have is I speak very fast. So they told me, be careful with the translator, so I will try my best. Though, as an American actress say, you don't know how much smarter I sound in Spanish, I'll try to do my best in English, okay? So I try to focus on the topic, okay, the vulnerability of the risk of climate change in the coast of the region of Murcia. First of all, where are we? Because it happens to me many times, we are sandwiched between Andalusia and Valencia. There we are in the south of Europe, in the south of Spain, in the south of the south. Basically, we have, like you see, 274 kilometers of coast, and we have a huge risk of drought and desertification. Basically, because as you may see, I would say it never rains. It never is a huge word, but approximately between 300 milliliters per year. Average temperature, it was about 18, but the last study shows it's about 20 the whole year. But this is horrible. It sounds like that because last week it was 33 degrees already. So we hope and we expect to have a horrible summer. And I say it in that mode because this is a climate change event. Once they told me you look like the mother of Greta Thunberg. I'm not the mother of Greta Thunberg, and I'm not here to tell you that the house is on fire, but really, if I provoke you some panic, this is the point. If you manage the same data I have, you will be in panic too, okay? First of all, as well, I am also a European Climate Pact Ambassador. I'm sure you know the European Climate Ambassador, and I have something to say. If I don't say it, it's wrong for me. The bottled water, has been sold since the 1850, more or less, and has been more, popular in the last years. Most probably, they sell about 1,300 billions of plastic every day to create a plastic water. I mean, they produce at around of 1 liter, 4 liters of water, 250 milliliters of petrol, and it takes 400 years of destroy the plastic bottle of water. So this is my encouragement as Climate Pact Ambassador, apart from my charge at the European region. I mean, as Climate Pact Ambassador, I work in the end of single plastic use. So I'm sure you remember that. I officially asked the organization and everyone in here to just adopt that. We cannot be as politicians telling everyone what they have to do if we don't give example, okay? And this is something I ask you just to get it interior. I mean, yesterday by chance, I drink my plastic water because I didn't have another option in I don't know how many years, and it's not that I feel bad, but just for me, it's a personal question I ask. Gladly, you know, the numbers of air has, you know, not only be 3, just rethink, reuse, repair, restore, remanufacture, reduce, repurpose, recycle, and recover. These are the 9 R's now of circular economy. So my personal point, as in honor of as Climate Pact Ambassador, I have to say that. Having said that, and because indeed we don't have water in Spain, we, even though recycle almost 96% of the water we use. So even though we have a huge water scarcity, and indeed in the region of Murcia, I'm sure all of you are more than welcome to come and we can explain you how do we do, you know, with the use of water. We receive many delegations from Israel, even Abu Dhabi, and other regions in the world, South Africa or South America, of course from Europe as well. You are more than welcome to see how we deal with the drought, the hydrological and agricultural socio-economical projects, and how we face the problems. Basically, indeed, even though that, we produce 1 in every 4 fruits and vegetables Spain exports. So most probably when you go to the supermarket, please just see where they come from, and most probably 1 out of 4 they come from Murcia. So you will remember that as well. Basically, as I say, the decrease of precipitation and the risk of desertification we have is really high. We are most probably in the same situation that you will be if you are in the north of Europe in few years. So I'm sure now it's time to act. And as I told you, the increase in temperatures is not the only problem we have. You have a picture from the thermometer last summer. We have even, okay, the thermometers in the street, they are not, you know, like the official found that we know, but we have pictures in the street like around even 49 and 50, though this is not the main issue. Around 1/3 of the EU population live close to the coast. This is where we're going to focus the presentation. The presentation I have done before it was so good. I congratulate the colleague from the European Commission. Even though looking at the map, I encourage you as well to just join the mission adaptation. In Murcia, we're in the mission of adaptation, in the mission soil. There are not many regions in the mission soil, so I really encourage you to you know, adapt, and not only that, just go into the mission of soil, and as well the mission of ocean that we're going to be soon. So they are great tools, as you already know, but as well we have to add, and we have the hope to add as individuals. Apart from the risk we have, as I told you, for the drought and the desertification and so on, I'm sure you all know about the Atlantic Southern Overturning Circulation, the AMOC. Okay, this is, I wouldn't say a not turning point, but I mean the ocean currently in the North Atlantic that affects the climate through the planet, and due to its influence, it keeps parts of the Northern Europe warmer, and they would be that in the future, the current does not exist. I'm sure you already know the AMOC report. For me, this is like a wake-up call. I mean, I'm sure you already have many wake-up calls, and I'm sure you already, I mean, most of you don't work in climate. I have understood that you work in cohesion funds or in just European funds as such. If you are investing in climate in your regions, increase the budget. And if you are not investing in climate, put money in climate, because the future, and this is not a phrase that it has to be said like that, I mean, the future will be sustainable or they will not be. Really, the scientific work behind all those reports is more than clear, and a collapse of the AMOC would have abrupt consequences through the planet, and specifically in Europe. And it would cause really changes, not only in the precipitation and cooling, but it will have many other impacts. So I'm sure you already have these reports. If not, of course, we are more than glad to share them with you. But I mean, mean, it will be cooling one more than 10 degrees in Europe, especially in the countries of the Northwest, such as United Kingdom, Ireland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Iceland, and less precipitations in summer, even less than we have, and changes in the precipitation patterns, for instance, in the Mediterranean area. So for me, this is like the non-turning point of not doing anything. I mean, it's time of climate action. It's time to do your homework. It's time to put the adaptation top of the agenda. Because it's true that we hear many things about how the European Commission, is going to do just months. That is crucial because there are the EU elections, and it seems, sometimes it seems that the Europe's green agenda appear to have lost the momentum. And this is a great call to don't lose the momentum because, I mean, if we just complain many times about COVID and how bad it was, I mean, many of us, we face it and it was horrible. I mean, I'm telling you, the climate change impact and the vulnerability report shows it will be much worse than any other pandemic, even though it sounds dramatically. I want to be clear on that. In this scenario, the coast of the region of Murcia and as such is a coastal ecosystem and will be impacted by the risk of a sea level and the aforementioned aspects. I don't know, you have proof, maybe in some of the beaches you have, and you have done studies. You can put like, banners to say where there will be the level of the sea by 2030, and there will be the level of the sea by 2050, okay? These effects can cause, of course, a loss of multiple ecosystem services provided by coastal areas, and indeed environmental, economic, social, cultural, tourism as well, of course, value for many stakeholders. So this is economics. I'm sure you do have this sensibility about climate change and about environment, but even though you don't have, okay, we can talk about money, and then I'm sure you will all understand how this will impact and affect the economic sector. So we talk about rising the sea level, several storms and related storm surges, salt water intrusion into the coastal ecosystem, and how they will affect flora, biodiversity, fauna, increase in the water temperatures between 2 or even now they talk about between 2 and 3 degrees. And of course, as I say before, the problems with the ocean and the ocean acidification. So in Murcia, we have done the homework, even though we have many things to do. There is room, of course, for improvement. We have done a strategy on mitigation, but now we're improving the strategy, so we'll be on mitigation and energy within the climate neutrality by 2050, sorry. And as well, we're working a lot on adaptation. We are in the mission, as I say before, in the adaptation mission, and we have already applied for climax and the resilience, so we hope we get these grants because we don't have that much money as we want, like every region here, of course, to just adapt the strategy and promote natural-based solutions. What we do in the region as well, we created a manual, and we're going to give it to every municipality, because if we regions, sometimes we have needs, the municipalities do have the same needs or even more, okay? I understand that everyone who is in politics, they should pass before by a city, and they understand how the politics work at city level. So we create this manual. We will have gathering meetings with every single municipality, because the energy, of course, adaptation and I would say the mitigation strategy is very different in every city. But at the end, the adaptation strategy is very similar. It depends that if they are in the coast or not. I would say as well, of course, the temperature is changed, but many of the topics are very similar. So don't, oblige every single municipality to do the adaptation strategy, help them. There are many things that they can implement for each other, or even created areas through meteorological conditions, for instance, or create invent, I would say, due to meteorological conditions, create fictitious regions, okay, to work within your region inside. And as well, we'll help every single municipality, for instance, with this natural-based solutions manual. As well, we approach the make of blue and green infrastructure. I mean, there are many, now with the new directive on buildings, they're working, the European Commission on that. And of course, the carbon removal benefits. We are working a lot as well. There was I'm sure you know, the EU, the Green Summit regarding carbon, the agriculture has a lot to say about that. We just managed the forest regarding the carbon capture, but now we hope they understand not the irrigation agriculture, but the dry land agriculture has a lot to say regarding as well the carbon footprint and how to absorb carbon. I'm not going to pass through the legislation and policy framework and so on, because they already have been explained before and was very good, but I will go quickly explain how we have structured our report regarding the risk on the coast. Basically, we are in 5 activities: generation and integration of climate and vulnerability databases. We work with universities. I mean, I encourage you to work. There is a lot of knowledge there waiting to be used. Impact and risk assessment. I mean, if you want maybe to convince someone within your region that is not convinced yet, when you show the risk assessment and you show the vulnerability map, I'm sure they will be more than convinced. Preparation of a draft autonomous adaptation plan for the assigned lands and the structure built to address the possible effects of, I wouldn't say possible, they're real, but I mean, we're talking still about possible effects of climate change. Preparation of an exposure, vulnerability and risk report and draft adaptation plan. And now in every single part of our course, you can do the same in your course. And of course, dissemination, information, training, show them, because even if you think they already know, they don't know. I mean, even if they know, they don't know that they know. I mean, you have to repeat, and it doesn't matter, information. And we do information everywhere. I mean, not only at the information point, but we try to go to school, high schools, every single society or association that they come for us, we have to give just this integration of the knowledge and the practical use within our vulnerability database. So I go quickly through the viewer. We have a cartographic viewer. You are the first ones by knowing that. By the way, I didn't show it even in Murcia, but I mean, analyze the historical databases. It took a lot of time, special attention to those related to marine dynamics and the study of the evolution of the coastline and the preparatory and correction of the existing cartography. Now we have this cartographic viewer, and just incorporate new variables like the sea level rise, changes in the wave intensity and the direction, increase in the sea water temperature. I mean, this summer, you remember, the Mediterranean was 30 degrees. I mean, in 30 degrees, many ecosystems cannot survive, and other ecosystems that are not supposed to be there, they start creating themselves as invasive, you know what I mean? So this is something that creates a lot of problems, things that they were not supposed to be there, and things that were supposed to be there that they are not, and they are trying to fight even more to adapt to be there. Very important, the frequency and the direction of the storms, because if it never rains, but when it rains, it is very intensive. Of course, it creates a lot of damage, okay? And changes, of course, in the precipitation regimes. So basically, and I go very quick, we have done a digital terrain model, 2 minutes. Population analysis, disposal of income per inhabitant, describing more or less the wealth at the risk, because here we are not all at the same point. I mean, when for instance, the Sustainable Development Goals, they say leave no one behind. They also talk about these adaptation measures. I mean, we are in different level of fighting. We're in different conditions. The economic activities between urban, primary, industrial, tertiary land and equipment infrastructure, capital stock at the municipal level, critical infrastructures. They are already infrastructures that have been done since the 50s or the 60s, but now they are really at a critical point. And of course, natural systems associated to the coastal zone. We have studied these socioeconomic variables, okay, vulnerability indicators, and of course the intrinsic sensibility, I would say, of each type of habitat. This is very important, not only the people, the economy, but as well the tolerance, I would say, to face the threat, such for instance as a sea level rise. I go very, very, very quick. The cartographic viewer, I can maybe, if someone has interest, I will show you how we have done it, evaluating the risk of our coast, specifically against the effects of climate change, and how we manage the data. 2 quick impacts and risk assessment. We basically include all the assessments and update databases regarding the climate projection and the exposures of vulnerability information associated to that. And we have divided them by levels. So basically, as you see, low, half, high, very high, or extreme. And it's between, if it has less than 10%, between 10% and 25%, between 25 or 60%, between 60 or 90% or more than the 90%, that the areas that are there in that coast and the sectors will have more problems, and they will be increasing the risk level with respect to the database that we have studied before and to the impact of several aggregated impact. So within this division, even though in the coast we have like several zones to show who is low, very high, high, and so on. This is something that is the most interesting part for everyone. Everyone goes to see where they live, obviously, and if they are low, half, very high, or extreme. I can So you have we don't. Basically, we treat all this. I mean, I go very quick. We have Posidonia meadows, ecosystems, critical infrastructure, as I said before. How these affect the tourism and the population, urban floods, salt intrusion, and the coastal flood, for instance. We have here, but I do not go into detail, the municipal risk of everyone. So every city and city council, they will have already the homework done, and this is the higher or lower level of risk that they have. For instance, as a close relationship, go those areas where they have the greater concentration of population, for instance, the impact they have and the consequences, for instance, the future changes in the activity or the implementation, for instance, with the wheel draw of assessed in the maritime land public domain, or how they could improve and variation of risk. I mean, it's very difficult to summarize all this study of 1 year in 10 minutes. But I mean, very quick, the preparation of our own plan, okay? How to address it, every single scope of application for that. We have 18 ports and port facilities, but not only ports. As I said before, we already talk with citizens, of course, and land of course, of the city councils and so on. We have prepared, as I say, the diagnosis. We know where we are. We know where we want to be and not to be, of course, the specific objectives and the general guidelines we have to try to do to don't reach the worst scenario, okay? We can, of course, talk about the climatic origin, the mitigation through the reduction of the greenhouse emissions or other mechanisms. I mean, this is maybe another subject for another presentation, but really, I encourage you to study this in your coast, because it will show you many things you didn't know. Some that will be positive, how to show, for instance, the impact to everyone and how to get how the situation is, and another, they will be really bad, but I think it will help you to take decisions, okay? How maybe you see in so-called they will rise the sea level, or the changes, I would say, in the way maybe you can improve your energy performance, or for instance, changes in the meteorological side, and will change, for instance, investment or not in some specific biodiversity areas. Basically, we have done the risk evolution in every single municipality, in every single port, okay? And so as well, everyone, the solutions. I mean, okay, this is a problem, but here are the solutions you can do to improve your financial capacity, reducing uncertainties, because there are many things that are maybe question marks, and improving, of course, the organizational capacity of the thing. I can go through everyone, but I mean, we have to be quick. Basically, the pre-design of the adaptation and prevention measures for us was the best. I mean, we have done, and analysis, economic and natural and social assessment. We have done many infographics and so to show, how it goes, as I say before, and people really, I think, they understand the image. I mean, maybe they can understand, of course, or not. I'm sure they understand. People are very clever. How they can be more resilient and how can they adapt to climate change. I can go through every sediment containment, restoration of the ecosystem, instrument for extraction of reduction and so on, but I think it's not the point, and this is the end. Dissemination, as I said before, specific training, including every different agent you have. Involve every citizen. Don't take decisions for them. Show them the situation. Do your homework, as I say. Do the analysis. Do the risk, impact study, and show them how the management of the affected areas will be improved if they do certain things. I mean, preparation of this technical work or a monographic work, whatever, it will help you a lot to informate and publicate and do a traveling exhibition, do whatever. But I mean, there are many general tools to show them what climate change is, how we can do as individuals. Every single decision we have, even consumption, affects the climate change. I'm not going to ban. I'm not going to talk more about the ban. One single-use plastic bag that is already in a European law. But I mean, many technical training to guarantee the use of these tools. I mean, there is a lot of knowledge at university, so use these people. There are a lot of civil servants that are super help and willing to help to just study these tools and consideration and show and translate. I mean, I think climate change is the worst case with the worst marketing strategy in the world. I mean, there is no another phenomenon with a worse marketing strategy. I think we have explained it bad. I mean, and now it's difficult to just explain it well. Sorry, I'm getting nervous. I have to finish. And thank you. Sorry, I try to be fast, but I mean, it's very impossible to reduce all the work, as I say before, of 1 year in 10 minutes. Sorry. I think I have explained myself, I don't know. And thank you very much for your attention. And we are more than happy to help you to do your analysis or to create a common project or to invest together or whatever. I mean, basically what we have, and this is our main claim, is to ask the European Commission more funds for the regions of the south. And indeed for the region of Murcia, of course, because we are at higher risk of vulnerability, okay, because of the adaptation. We have already done the studies based on scientific knowledge, and the studies show we are at the higher risk of vulnerability. So we need more money, we need more funds for adaptation. And thank you so much.
Thank to you, Maria Cruz, for this very large and exhaustive picture of the reality in your region, and especially because you provided with us your know-how, your knowledge, and as I said before, there is the room to merge this know-how when it comes to risk assessment and also readiness, etc. So let's try to continue to discuss how we can work all together. And maintenant, je me déplace de la Méditerranée à
So I would now go from the Mediterranean to the representative of the Hauts-de-France region. He's going to talk to us about a scenario including proposals and challenges for the better management of adaptation to climate change. You have the floor. Thank you very much. I will be speaking in French for this presentation. So it seems I'm rather new among these panel members. I have to keep my time. My name is Bertrand Copin.
Donc je disais, je m'appelle Bertrand Copin, je suis chargé de mission littorale à la
I'm
de la région d'Île-de-France.
In charge of water management in the Hauts-de-France region, in the north of France, of course. We are one of the 13 regions in France, actually, and we have already spent around 6 billion euros through several programs so far. So our region is a large region with a similar to Belgium. We have the city of Lille right next to the Belgian border, and some parts of our region are below the sea level, and this will be indeed the topic of the first part of my presentation, under the title "No Matter How Much It Costs." So you see what our southernmost areas look like, and behind that coastline there are areas below the sea level, lower than the sea level. This is from the area of Dunkirk, with waters reaching the area at this point, and we there are quite a lot of spots. You see some of these spots, some pictures from the end of 2023 with heavy precipitations. People over there told us that this was the first time that such a phenomena happened over there. So this should be quite alarming when people come and tell you such things. We have 3 major cities in this area, plus a nuclear plant in the area. So there are things that we cannot simply relocate from that area. So we need to implement strategies that can help us deal with such problems and situations. You see what one of these areas looked like when the area was flooded for several weeks, and we needed to spend many millions of euro to improve the situation over there. Fortunately, there are other sectors or areas that are less vulnerable in this respect. We see an area that is a bit located a bit higher than sea level, with the respective protection of urban areas. We thought that we should make sure that all the infrastructure that was built there previously should be strengthened, like the infrastructure that you see on that slide, to further protect the inland. This costed around 15 million euros. It was financed at a percentage of 40% by local funds. The rest of it coming from the ADAPT program. You see a sandy beach on this slide, which is shrinking constantly. We have tried everything to protect this area by planting trees, bringing more sand, but things don't seem to be work quite efficiently. There are houses that are worth from 350,000 to 800,000 euros, so it would not be possible to simply relocate those houses, those dwellings. We have other cobblestone beaches that you can see on this slide. Sometimes funding comes simply from the community. You see here a village right next to the coastline with houses in the back. We have quite frequent storms in this area, and too much water flooding the area. So we try to see what we could do in terms of improving resilience in this area. We thought we should create canals. To make sure that the water is better managed here. And this is another area with a much higher than the sea level, of course. So we see quite steep coastal rocks with continuous erosion phenomena, landslides, of course, with rocks falling into the falling from top of those formations. So you see how the situation has changed through those consecutive pictures of the area with rocks falling from those rock formations. So coastal erosion is a true problem in this area, and this is where we have to work more consistently to rearrange some of the conditions according to the French legislation. We can have such issues managed by local development projects and programs. You see some of the houses that have been recently sold by their owners. Now, to make things easier in terms of people living there, we try to see what kind of solutions we can implement to improve the situation in those communities in terms of handling coastal erosion to protect nature and, of course, the nice environment, the nice landscapes that we have around this region, while in the meantime preventing the area from further erosion. We see the limits between Brittany and Normandy on that slide, on that picture. There are materials that accumulate there, one on top of the other, cobblestones, among other things. This is an area which is of interest to us, quite close to our region. We have tried to see how we could recompose the area there, if we may say so. We removed some of the previous infrastructure and took it closer to the city. Now, in terms of mobilization by development, by technical agencies, based on the data that we have, we are expecting for climate phenomena on a yearly basis from now through to 2065. We see some of the works that are now being made in terms of improving resilience. Measures are taken, actions are taken to remove water, excessive water from some areas. So we have seen what the pluses can be, what the cons can be. We have considerable funding sources, not only state funds. There is money that can be invested in this area to improve the quality of programs implemented there. I think that those funds are well managed in terms of protection against the climate change. What we can improve in terms of program quality is the recomposition of the areas, improving natural conditions across those areas. Local actors do not always have the access required to all those data and information, and of course funds are needed. What we can improve is the response times through programs. The response times of such programs and projects for the creation of further infrastructure, better planning. Nothing is truly sufficient at this stage. There are programs that are simply implemented, are then concluded, and provide no further results. Some of those programs or projects are difficult in terms of their funding being provided to them. They are not always accepted, for example, by the European Commission. There's also the issue of citizen ownership. Sometimes people there tell you that if we have paid our taxes, then solutions should already be there. But that's not that simple. As simple as that. Of course. In terms of transition measures, we have to work closer with local authorities. Some of them already implement their programs entitled Defense Against the Sea. Now, on this last slide, you see the program that we have already implemented. Thank you very much.
Et aussi pour avoir souligné à la fois la puissance du FEDER régional en tant que fonds qui...
Thank you very much for your presentation and for underlining the contribution of FEDER in the efforts to adapt to climate change, and also speaking about the legality of certain measures. And of course, this is food for thought for us all.
Un tandem di speaker, il direttore Massimo Spiriscia
So I would like to welcome now Massimo Spiriscia and Mrs. Gaia Galassi, who are representing the Marche-Bursa region, and they will be sharing their experience.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Giuseppe. Good morning to all of you. We will tell you about our climate change adaptation plan. Gaia will tell you a specific focus on issues of coastal areas. Our climate change adaptation plan is a wide point of view of all the most important climate change adaptation. The plan. The plan was officially adopted by regional administration 1 year ago. And in the slide you have the link for have the vision of all the plan. Our region is along the Adriatic Sea, as you can see in the little imagine of Italy. How was possible to have this regional plan for adaptation? The possibility was the opportunity to have the support of Adria Clean project, and they have an agreement, two agreements between Ministry of Environment and Energy Security and Marche region, focusing on the implementation of regional strategies for sustainable development. And why is obvious that for us it's important to have a wide point of view to analyze all the most important issues, factors, resources, and risk that we have about the climatic change. And in the point of view of regional strategy of sustainable development, there is a choice B, that addresses the issue of climate change, and its action B51 is the regional plan for adaptation to climate change. And the regional strategy of sustainable development takes on climate change and related social and economic disequilibrium. And the dimension of the plan. Another important thing that the plan is a shared plan with citizens, with children, with many educational moments in the school, with the employees of all the departments of Marche region, and shared with practitioners of environmental issues. The three dimension of the regional plan is that the climate adaptation is treated in the form of a mainstream plan. And this provides the tools for adaptation to climate change to be included in policy, strategies, and plans, programs in an integrated way, according to an horizontal process between the structures of Marche region and vertical among subordinate entities, provinces and municipalities. The second dimension is the transversal governance. We had the rule of coordinators, but every department of the region participating at the governance of the plan. And the third dimension is improve the knowledge framework, the climate plan based on the scientific approach developed with partners of Adria Clean project, with the contribution of the expert, CIMA Foundation, Eurac Research, and the University Politecnica of Marche. And the impact change was with the framework of climate change, climate variables, current situations, scenarios, and analysis of the factor and resources, current situation and tendency, and analysis of critical issues and objectives for adaptation, vulnerability and risk, adaptation capacity, objectives, sectoral and transversal. And at the end, addresses a line of action, priority to action included in the existing tools. So the three phases conclude with the adaptation plan. Okay, now let's do.
Okay. Sorry for that. Please, no. Okay, no. Is the same presentation?
Yes, I know.
Huh?
Please keep the same presentation.
Okay, I try to be as I can. No, sorry. Okay, the plan has allowed us to have a very complete and robust climate framework. I will not explain it because it's something very similar of what Maria Cruz has just said about Murgia, but it's related to all the variables for all the territories, so not only related to coast. We also try to find some that we call a critical climate hotspot associated to climate scenarios RCP 8.5 for combining some selected indicators for temperature, precipitation, and drought. And we have found that coastal areas are peculiarly important. Will have important vulnerability also in the future. But the real added value of the plan is that it has a transversal approach that has allowed us to really consider all the stuff that are related to coast. Coasts are the spaces where different sectors and pressures and risks and values act together. So coasts in Italy are very important for tourism, as I think in other Mediterranean countries, but are also the space where a lot of population lives. So there is a very high level of urbanization. There is a high concentration of infrastructure. Coasts are also important for transport and some commercial activities, but are also important as ecological service providers, since they host very important natural habitats, and they are also provider of raw materials. In spite of all this, or probably because of partially because of this, coasts are also the place where a lot of risk and vulnerability are concentrated, like coastal erosion or sea level rise, or also salting erosion in coastal aquifer, the increasing in storm surge and in extreme events in general. So we have in some how to act, and this plan has a twofold approach to act. The first part of the approach is with action that are directly devoted to coastal systems, and we have two blocks of action. For this action aimed to increase the resilience of coastal systems, and other actions that are aimed to strengthen the protection of coastal systems. And but we have also a lot of actions that are not specific for coast, but that could manifest their effects on coast and are specific for other sectors. For example, that about water management or water quality, we know that flash floods are most common, for example, in coastal areas, but also ecosystem management and risk management, territorial planning. We don't need to go in depth in all this now, just to show you how complex and how integrated the approach of the action of the plan is. But when, and again, fishery and aquaculture, tourism and so on, when we talk about coast, probably every one of us has a personal picture of coast. Coast in Marco region is something like that. All along the coastline, we have basically, with some exception, this situation: a narrow sandy beach, road, urban settlement, sometimes also industrial settlement, railway and motorway. Usually it is in less than 1 kilometer. In this example, is less than 800 meters. That is usually the distance when natural ecosystems are considered coastal ecosystems. So you can understand that we have a lot of stuff in a very narrow space, a lot of things to think about. And so for us, each matters count, and for this we have to have really precise knowledge of what is happening and what will happen in the future. For this, one of the important is one of the example that I will show you is about the boundary of inundation. We have boundary of inundation introduced already in the Integrated Coastal Management Plan of Marco region in 2019, according to Italian and European legislation with different return period. And the added value of this plan was that it has associated with this boundary of inundation some important rules, especially rules for urbanization, and rules that are aimed to limitation to soil consumption. With the adaptation plan of climate change, we also enforce these rules and introduce the term of delocalization that is, you can see that is not easy in a context, in a territorial asset like our territorial asset. Since each matter counts, we are working hard to refine this boundary inundation with the collaboration of Polytechnical University of Marche Region, Department of Maritime Engineering. We are refining these perimeters. This is an example of the comparison between the old perimeters and new perimeters for the second city of Marche region, that is the city of Pesaro. You can see that sometimes there is an underestimation, sometimes an overestimation, depending on the return period. And we are also improving this boundary with a benchmark of different models, and we are also testing the opportunity to adapt the existing barrier, especially the submerged barrier, to the expected maximum wave. And the conclusion is that this convenience is not ever convenient. Sometimes maybe it's not convenient to adapt this barrier to the maximum expected wave. And the other example is about the defense. This is an example that for us is a sort of a good practice because it considers the river and the coast like a unique system and a functionally integrated system. You probably know that in the case of Sandy Beach, the coastal erosion is related obviously to sea level rise and subsidence, but also to the reduced apport of sediment by river. This reduced apport of sediment is related to territorial management, but also to the reduced river flow that is linked to climate change again. So less material along the coast and coastal erosion, but also more material along the river, so alluviation and increase in the risk of flooding. In this project, that is located in the municipalities of Falconara Marittima and Marina di Montemarciano, we basically solve two problems together because we, so Marche Regional Administration, does the work that nature is not allowed to do anymore. So catch the material in the alluviation area along the river and use this material for the nourishment of beach along the coast. The project has a cost of about 13 million euros. It has also some part of barriers, not only nourishment, but the important thing is that it is co-financed by national government, but also by National Railway Society, because obviously this society, that is a private society, private-public society, is interested in the defense of its own infrastructure. This is the overview of the project, and the maximum distance of the catchment area for the material is less more than 11 kilometers. The location of the project is near the city of Ancona, and also near an important industrial plant of oil refinement, the oil refinement plant of Falconara Marittima. Concluding remarks, from our experience, we have understand that only an integrated approach is the approach that makes possible to effectively tackle the challenge of climate change and to catch the existing strategy. The challenge that one of the most important challenges that we are facing is to deal with the change in urban policies. And to do this, we need new legislation and funding. Everyone here in this table to speak about funding, because region needs funding to concretely actuate the measure of adaptation at local scale. And the other things that we need is a long-term view. So especially policymakers have to have the strength to sometimes to follow the path with the lower consensus, because in the first time we have only burden, and in the future we will have the good things, the good effect of the policies. But as said before, we need to start now. It is not time anymore to demand to the future the action. We have to act now.
Thanks a lot to Massimo and Gaia for your intervention. And let's stay in the Adriatic-Ionian area. And it is an honor for me to welcome Ioanna Fanariotou, Head of Managing Authority from Western Greece region. So please, Mrs. Fanariotou, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kalimera. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you.
Participants. I would like to thank you very much for the invitation. Please, the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to thank you very much for the invitation and for allowing me to share our experience with climate change adaptation interventions in the coastal zone of Western Greece, including the surrounding of Patras. I work at the Managing Authority of the Regional Programme of Western Greece, a service responsible for managing, among others, the implementation of different interventions along the 5 axes of the programme. One of the axes deals with climate change and includes mitigation and adaptation interventions. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes. Coastal erosion in Western Greece is a complex issue caused mainly by human activity and accelerated and aggravated by climate change and extreme weather phenomena. The region of Western Greece adopted in 2021 a regional adaptation plan that prioritized the risks and vulnerabilities in several sectors of the economy. The plan recognized the high risk due to the coastal erosion and sea level rise, especially for the fish farming sector, the coastal infrastructure, and the coastal ecosystems. According to this plan, we allocate the funds to the various adaptation interventions. Coastal erosion is evident and has already caused significant damage since the 90s, but the effects have increased in intensity and frequency due to the changing climatic conditions. Unfortunately, there is no safe estimation of the monetary value of damages because most of the affected infrastructure and property are not insured and thus are not evaluated. The photographs show recent coastal events, including coastal floods and coastal erosion of infrastructure in Western Greece, and this is nearby around Patras. In Western Greece, the effects of coastal erosion are numerous. Loss of land threatens homes, businesses, and infrastructure built along the coast. Projections following the worst-case climate change scenarios put the sea level rise at 2 meters above sea level, threatening coastal villages and tourism infrastructure. Habitat destruction, especially in unique coastal Natura 2000 areas, threatens dunes, wetlands, and other coastal habitats important for wildlife. Saltwater intrusion salinizes freshwater sources. Erosion reduces beaches' size and recreational value, which is very important for the tourism industry. Coastal erosion damages roads, bridges, drainage installations, and other coastal infrastructure. In our region, we planned several interventions to support climate change adaptation and address the adverse effects. Some of these were successful, but some failed to materialize for many reasons. Because approaches are usually based on extensive grey infrastructure, or because they are expensive, or they are environmentally contested. They are disrupting the landscape. They are affecting businesses. But most important of all, and I will try to focus on this, we realized that the proposed interventions lack public support and approval. However, project approval processes involve public participation and consultation in various stages of project submission and implementation. Consequently, the lack of public support and sometimes the emergence of public oppositions may indicate mishandled public participation processes. I assume that we all have a fairly good idea of the various forms of public consultation, and in the interest of saving time, you will allow me to skip this slide. And now is the question, why public participation fails? From experience, but without having carried out a formal review, we have concluded that the most frequently encountered reasons are that people may not have the technical background or specific knowledge to engage with complex issues fully. Well-organized groups with solid opinions drown out the voices of the less vocal majority. There were cases where the purpose of public participation was unclear. Sometimes participation is limited to ticking boxes or, even worse, to a mere notifications of the plans. Finding ways to synthesize a range of opinions and perspectives from public can be a complex task. While public opinion is valuable, technical expertise is also crucial. Striking a balance between these can be challenging. Meaningful public participation takes time and resources. If public input is gathered and ignored, it breeds distrust and discourages future participation. In Western Greece, we have concluded that public consultation for climate change adaptation is more challenging than conventional public consultation for the reasons listed in this slide. But for now, I will skip it. I mean, you can see different reasons. Are there any takeaway lessons from our experience? I would argue that over the years, we have distilled the lessons from three areas of public consultation processes. First, pre-consultation planning. It is vital to start by broadly identifying all potential stakeholders. Clearly define the goals of the consultation process. What information do we want to provide and gather? Make clear, concise and accessible communication materials that explain the science behind the adaptation intervention, the specific climate risks and the adaptation options. The second one is building trust and inclusivity. I will skip the lessons related to this because they are more generic and apply to almost all interventions, irrespective of whether they deal with climate change adaptation or not. And I'm going to the third area, addresses the encouragement of meaningful participation. Consider offering a variety of ways for people to participate, including online surveys, workshops, town hall meetings, and citizen advisor committees. Consultation events should be handled by professionals who can provide skilled facilitators to guide discussions, ensure all voices are heard, and manage any conflicts constructively. Facilitate brainstorming sessions and discussions on potential pollutions and adaptation strategies. Provide clear feedback mechanisms and keep the public informed about how their input is being considered throughout the decision-making process. Consider whenever possible the provision of nature-based solutions in contrast to grey infrastructure. Public consultation is an interactive process. We must be prepared to adapt our approach based on the feedback we receive. The ultimate target of these strategies is to create a successful public consultation process that will inform the intervention and at the same time foster a sense of shared ownership and responsibility for climate adaptation in your community. Thank you very much for providing me the floor for your conference and for allowing me to share with you our experience and knowledge on the pressing issue of coastal erosion and public participation especially. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mrs. Fanariottou, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Challenge that you are facing regarding the involvement of the public. So let's move to the Black Sea, and it's a pleasure for me to welcome Mrs. Mihai Huleni, Vice President of the Tulcea County Council.
Hello, my name is Ioana Comșa. I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Mihai Huleni and on behalf of Tulcea County Council. More than that, I will speak on behalf of the specialists of Danube Delta Research Institute, which is one of the oldest and best institutes in Europe, research institutes in Europe, and asking for their knowledge and for their expertise. They wanted to share with you, with all Europe, a real problem for the Danube Delta, which is the drought, the aridity, and the becoming state of desertification. So they thought to treat this problem of developing a roadmap in order to formulate and implement climate change adaptation plans in Danube Delta Biosphere Reserve. So this is the map of the Danube Delta Biosphere Reserve. Wait. So the Romanian Danube Delta Biosphere Reserve is situated in the eastern part of Europe and lies at the intersection of 45 degrees north and 29 degrees east. The total area of Danube Delta Biosphere Reserve is about 580,000 hectares, more than half of which, 338, belong to what is commonly called the Danube Delta, while the remaining area is shared between the upstream Danube floodplain and the Razem-Sinoe Lagoon complex, the neighboring strip from the Black Sea up to the 20 meters isobath, and the Danube Delta River between Cotun Pisici, it's a name of a place, and in Saccia. We are here to discuss about the continental part of Delta Danube Reserve. So the Delta Danube Biosphere Reserve has triple protection status, namely Biosphere Reserve, designated internationally by the UNESCO MAB Committee, wetland area, and international importance designated by the Secretariat of the Ramsar Convention and natural site of the Universal Natural Heritage recognized by UNESCO. In order to restore the state of the environment at the level of the entire area, extensive actions and work were undertaken to improve the ecological conditions in the lake complexes of the Danube Delta, works consisting in the restoration of lateral and longitudinal connectivity by reprofiling existing canals and ditches, as well works for directing the circulation of water and alluvium, respectively seals of the banks, and the closing of some culverts and canals, but also the provision of a management plan that takes into account all the vulnerabilities, hazards, and risks to which the system is subject. As a result of these actions, it was possible to improve the ecological performance, resilience, and water quality, in particular the reduction of the nutrient content and the sediment load, a fact demonstrated by the recognition by the European Space Agency that the Danube Delta is the best preserved delta in the world. The unprecedented occurrence and intensification of some extreme phenomena and natural hazards, the decrease in the resilience capacity of ecosystems, the emergence and continuous expansion of invasive species have determined an increase in interest in the concepts of response to climate change through adaptation and mitigation, but also the return to the general theory of systems, the only ones capable of offering a systemic, integrative, and adaptive vision of a world in the dramatic process of complexification. We do not know how long this process of synthesis will last and where it will end up. Climate change at the beginning of this century and millennium represents one of the biggest threats to human development and nature around the world through a series of unprecedented processes, and the Danube Delta is no exception. As I said, the drought in the Danube Danube Basin has a major impact in the Danube Delta. Water scarcity indicators provide information on the pressure on water resources and its vulnerability to the occurrence of periods of water scarcity and/or potential increases in water use that may endanger the sustainability of deltaic ecosystems, as well as maintaining the environmental conditions necessary for their maintenance. There are specific shortage situations that require the launch of the management actions provided for the drought, in the drought risk management plans, but also the observation of negative developments that indicate the need to anticipate political response measures. Wait, the next slide. It is a positive logistic correlation between evapotranspiration in millimeter per year and net primary production. Studies show that precipitation, temperature rise, and water use impact primary production, while solar radiation of the greenhouse effect induce a terrestrialization of deltaic areas. Water body can provide critical water resources for terrestrial ecosystems, and changes in water quality or water temperature can have a significant impact on aquatic and associated terrestrial biotopes. I'm not a specialist, I'm just the messenger. So this is an analysis, Danube Delta versus climate change. The period is 1950-2022. We'll skip this. About increased temperatures and decreased precipitations. The Danube Delta carries larger amounts of water during spring and even at the beginning of winter. Discharge is lower in the summer-autumn period. This pattern of water flow determines some of the specific characteristics of the abiotic compartment of ecosystems. Floods play the most important, practically exclusive role in renewing water and removing significant amounts of potassium, azote and potassium, and depositing the suspended sediment loads. Depending on the duration of the flow, temporary changes occur in terrestrial, semi-aquatic environments, these changes having a major influence on the structures of living communities. As a result of the changes in the level of the planetary ocean, the deltaic ecosystems are affected by reduces the hydrological flow decreases, the degree of sedimentation increases. So there are processes that happens. The water circulation system is a vital component of the functioning of the fragmentation and destructions of aquatic biomes ecosystems is the main threat to the state of biodiversity because the isolation of species can be the difficulty of the reproductive function, the reduction of the hope of survival, even to their disappearance, ensuring the connection of habitats and reducing fragmentation of the biome by improving the water circulation system regarding water quality and the functioning of the aquatic biome. Therefore, the idea of restoring spatial laws based on mathematical models of water balance is crucial for the provision of ecosystem services. For this, a comprehensive knowledge of aquatic biomes is necessary to understand the need to improve the water circulation system and ensure ecosystem services. Sorry. Major impact of fishing, traditional activity in the Danube Delta. This is the main activity. Okay, thank you. The dynamics of fishing in the inland waters of the territory of the Danube Delta Biosphere Reserve in the last 20 years highlights the gradual decrease of catches by 15% in the first half of the period, followed by acceleration of this trend. So it is also the reduction of catches by half. I will skip this and wait because I have no more time. Solutions. Solutions for the Danube Delta. There are two solutions. Our specialists stress. So the first is adaptation through biophilia concept, adaptation to climate change, already underway precisely by protecting but also restoring wetlands and aquatic complexes that can store huge amounts of sea adaptation. Mitigation through ecometry concept, reducing emissions and stabilizing the levels of heat-trapping greenhouse gases in the atmosphere using smart application lot T, N, L, etc. Nature-based solutions. So we have also nature-based solution, NBCs. These are improving the water circulation system in aquatic complexes, ecological restoration of abandoned polders and former meanders and of the Danube canalization, works with hydromorphical impact, recalibration of hydrotechnical systems, and recovery species in decline. Sorry. So I will skip to the conclusions because I have no time. Oh, sorry.
You are going back.
Yes. Now I see. Sorry. So, conclusions. The Danube Delta has one of the worst conditions from Romania in terms of atmospheric precipitations. From the analysis of evolution of precipitation, the tendency is a decreased precipitation from 1950 to 2022. From temperature perspective, in the period 1950-2022, the tendency is an increased upward slope. The temperatures are rising significantly. The thermal extremes are flattening, minimum and maximum, all against the background of a general increase in temperatures. The decrease in the amount of precipitation is obviously correlated with the decrease in the relative humidity of the air, and the result being a much drier air for the vegetation in the Danube Delta. The general increase in all types of temperatures at the same time as the decrease in the amount of precipitation leads to an increase in the aridity of the area so that it can affect the habitats and species on the territory of the Danube Delta Biosphere Reserve. The response of authorities is the revised management plan of Danube Delta Biosphere Reserve. So thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Mrs. Comsa, for your efforts to stick on time and for sharing your specific experience. Let's move to the Atlantic again, and it is an honor for me to welcome Mr. Carlos Chamaral, Director for European Affairs on External Cooperation from the region of Azores, and he will share with us the specific reality of the outermost region, Azores. Please, Carlos, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues and partners. First of all, please allow me to present my appreciation for the organization of this timely seminar and for this opportunity for joint reflections on how to go forward. It is a pleasure to be here in this beautiful setting and to be with you. Consisting of 9 islands arranged into 3 groups, the Azores emerged from the so-called Azores microplate, a rugged structure of around 5.8 million square kilometers delimited by the 2,000-meter bathymetric curve. The formation of the Azores is directly related to the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, an underwater mountain range that marks the boundary between the American, Eurasian, and African tectonic plates. We are therefore highly vulnerable to climate change, firstly due to our location in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, which means that the islands are exposed to extreme climatic phenomenon such as storms, hurricanes, and severe sea waves. If you look at the map, we are exactly at 6 o'clock under Iceland, halfway between Europe and the Americas. The mountains, with their deep slopes, increase the risk of erosion and landslides. The temperate oceanic climate, characterized by high rainfall patterns, generates situations of rapid and extreme flooding. It is in this context that we are called also the Green Macaronesia, particularly in opposition to what is the case of the Canary Islands. Rising sea levels poses a threat to our coastal infrastructures, such as harbors, airports, and roads, as well as to the urban settlements, since the population of the archipelago is mainly concentrated near the coastline, making it far more vulnerable to the effects of climate change, which is a dire reality in the islands. In 3 of the most painful and significant storms in recent years alone left traces of destruction. The 3 worst alone left a trace of destruction, which estimated losses of about 400 million euros. Accordingly, the Azorean government has implemented various policies to promote the region's adaptation to climate change. First and foremost, the work carried out from a planning point of view with the creation of a regional strategy for climate change and the approval in 2019 of the Azorean Programme for Climate Change, which define from the outset a set of measures for coastal protection, reforestation, water resource management, economic diversification, and public awareness raising. This is a comprehensive plan which has already made it possible to fund climate change adaptation projects in various areas such as the environment, agriculture, tourism, fisheries, and infrastructures, with over 10 million invested since its approval. It was also on the basis of this plan that important work has been carried out, such as our carbon neutrality roadmap. In terms of special planning, since 2005, we have a coastal zone management plans
POC in the Portuguese initiatives, which were created with the aim of safeguarding the sustainable use of territory, considering the needs of the population and the various activities that can be carried out in this part of the territory, while emphasizing preventive principles with regard to natural risk. As a result of EU obligations, the Azores are currently in the second planning cycle for flood risk management, thus complying with European guidelines resulting from the Flood Directive. In terms of prevention, the Portuguese Institute of the Sea and the Atmosphere is currently installing 2 new meteorological radars in the region that will make it possible to complete the regional meteorological radar network, thus providing the Azores with important tools for informing the population, public entities with civil protection powers, enabling the region to act more quickly, more effectively, and in a timely manner. In addition, the Azorean government is setting up an Atlantic Climate Observatory aiming to collect atmospheric and water mass data essential for studying climate change in the Azores and in the overall Atlantic region. Besides this project, there are other complementary ones that use monitoring techniques, mostly using telemetry, with equipment installed in places where the susceptibility to risk situation combined with the presence of vulnerable elements so justifies. An example of this is the Azores Min Risk project, which monitors the moisture content of soils on unstable slopes, which is a major problem for us, and monitors horizontal and vertical displacements in certain areas of the territory to support decision-making in the context of civil protection and alerting the population. The implementation of these projects, including extremely important actions for the Azores, such as risk monitoring programs on the coastline, with the creation of pilot projects using natural engineering methods to increase resilience in face of the erosion caused by the wind and by the sea. We have a major problem with winds. We are punished with very, very strong winds. Often we know, all we can know is that they were stronger than what the instruments are able to measure. To renaturalize waterlines to better adapt to flood events or even animal feed. At the same time, and in terms of forestry, we can also highlight an international project led by the European Institute of Cultivated Forestry, of which the region is a member, which brings together 24 partners from 12 countries with the aim of learning about and adapting the best forest species to different climates as a strategy for adapting to climate change, fixing the soils, and emphasizing the importance of the ecosystem effects on the forest. Last but not least, the Azores have also invested in an environmental education program for climate change, both by holding seminars, workshops, and conferences dedicated to the subject, but also through a series of environmental education actions for schools as part of the school environmental awareness activities offer. And to keep within the 10 minutes, in conclusion, climate change and risk prevention are themes that require serious and informed debate and action, thus the importance of events such as this one. From a strategic point of view, European policies are aligned with the needs and challenges presented by the regions in dealing with the effects of climate change, especially in terms of mitigation and adaptation measures. However, and given that the territorial realities are different, and there are territories with increased vulnerabilities, such as the one where I come from, it is important to ensure an increase in the community funding, again, models that would consider the additional burdens underlying, in this case, the outermost territory, the outermost regions, and the island territories, thus promoting a true territorial cohesion policy. No other region gives Portugal and Europe such an Atlantic dimension as the Azores. Our strategic position deserves special attention from the national and European institutions. The Azores are making their way towards adapting to and mitigating climate change, and we count, of course, on Europe to assist us in the achievement of this goal of ours, that is ours of the Azores, but ours of the Union as a whole. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Director Amaral, for sharing with us the of your region in terms of vulnerabilities, but also in terms of political demand. So we are definitely running out of time. So there is just the space for one burning question, if you have it. Otherwise, we can discuss during the coffee break. I do not see, I think, maybe there is a question. Very quickly, please.
Just a very, I'm Jarkko Johnson from the region of Ostrobothnia in the Baltic Sea. Yes. Thank you. Just a comment that you're very interesting. I'm Jarkko Johnson from the region of Ostrobothnia in the Baltic Sea area in western Finland, long away. One comment that I would say on the planning procedures and vested interests that you brought forward very well, and how some stakeholders are very well represented. We did in the large project, that was a project in the Baltic Sea, experiment with the use of the Mitchell stakeholder analysis in planning. That is, you look at the stakeholders, what kind of urgency do they have, what kind of legitimacy do they have, and what kind of power do they have. And ideally, they should have all of it. And the idea for the planning was that you should also map this stakeholder engagement and stakeholder salience toward the goals. And so to look on the political dimension of the planning. And this has been published, the ideas has been published in a paper that is freely available in a journal called the Sustainability and under the title that addressing the European Green Deal with Smart Specialization Strategy in the Baltic Sea regions. I mean, there's more details to what I have to say, but you can read it in the journal if you are interested, and that's an open access journal. Thank you.
Thanks to you for your comment. Any other comment or questions? So maybe it is time to make the conclusion, or at least the wrap up from my side. Very quickly, I would like first of all to thank all the speakers, and this means including also Mrs. Bonvissuto, who participate in our meeting online. And just very quickly, my takeaway. First of all, this was very clear. We need more money because, I mean, the size of the challenges on the ground is very, very, very huge. And sometimes we had a very concrete experience, a message from our member regions regarding the fact that regional authorities cannot afford alone these challenges when it comes to adaptation. The second takeaway for me is that money is a problem, but sometimes is also a problem how we can use this money. This again is related to the current eligible rules. When it comes to ERDF, for instance, we heard the contribution from our fellow colleagues from Haute-France that stressed the fact that today we cannot use anymore ERDF fund to do concrete projects on the ground. We need to cooperate also with representatives of economic operators, people, and local authorities. This has been stressed by many of the people, many of the speakers, and of course, I agree with Mrs. Fanariotou. All the process of public consultation is key in our reflection. And in the second session, we will have the opportunity to learn some best practices from other regions, like, for instance, Emilia-Romagna, how to involve the people on board. And last but not least, we need again to share and compare our knowledge, our data, and the best practices, because as we had the opportunity to see from the previous presentation of the European Commission, the EUCRA is a very good, very interesting document, but we need to work all together to have this visibility at the NUTS 2 level, to exploit all again the data and knowledge that you have when it comes to the risk preparedness and also the risk assessment. So thanks a lot again for your attention and contribution. We cannot have, I'm sorry, 30 minutes of coffee break. I would say 15 minutes, and let's come back at noon. Thanks a lot.
Hello. Okay, so please take a seat. We are going to start. Can you please close the door? Thank you very much. Very well. So I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. We have accumulated a bit of delay, but here we are starting this interesting second session. As I was saying this morning, this will tackle more the interregional and cross-border cooperation and the value that this has for, let's say, the future adaptation, new generation of EU adaptation policies. We also thought of organizing this session within the framework of the CPMR Regions Act initiative. So it's coherent with the whole approach we had so far since the start of this interesting initiative that combines both adaptation and mitigation aspects of climate change. And today we have with us very, very competent speakers from different regions: Emilia-Romagna, Andalusia, Ascone, Crete, Tuscany, Puglia, and Western Greece. So we will have the opportunity to discuss with all of you about your experiences of cooperation and of course, look into the future. So our first speaker in particular is Roberto Montanari, on my right side. Roberto, I must say, is a very good friend, an old friend of the CPMR. Small anecdote, I met Roberto in 2007 when he was elaborating with several Mediterranean regions the first version of the Bologna Charter, actually, that he will explain in a moment. And since that very moment, the initiative has been evolving a lot, and I must say also providing very good results and impact on the ground for the regions that have participated so far. So Roberto is working for the coordination of Coastal Protection Activities Department in Emilia-Romagna region, and he will address us with a keynote speech that will, of course, delve more, giving us an overview of, let's say, the coastal issues and actions in your region, passing through the added value of cooperation, but also speaking about the investments needed and, indeed, the Bologna Charter. Roberto, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Davide. Thanks to CPMR and to Davide and Giuseppe for this kind invitation. I'm honored to open this session, and I hope to give useful inputs for the discussion later on the added value of the interregional and the cross-border cooperation for our regional administration. When I was asked to open this session, I thought that a good, let's say, incipit can be starting from the experience and the motivation of my region in acting through the interregional cooperation, to say what contributions they come from it and what was and what is the contribution of my region and the other regions that participate in the initiatives. First of all, the Bologna Charter we are fostering to the development of interregional cooperation with other regions on common issues and criticalities, in particular on coastal management, protection and adaptation to climate change. Today is a particular day for the Bologna Charter. It's the anniversary of the signature in Brussels of the second version, the first relaunch of the Charter, the 21st March of 2013 in the European Parliament with all the regions. I was talking about critical issues and criticalities of my region are shared, as we saw in the presentation of Irene Bonvissuto, but also in the other subsequent presentation of the first session, shared with many maritime regions across Europe and in the Mediterranean. Here are at a glance what are the main issues: the sediment balance, the morphological settings, the subsidence, sea level rise, and the impacts that sea storms has on the coast, population, settlements, infrastructures, taking into consideration the high value, economic value of the coastal belt for the region, for several aspects, economics and environmental value. This is just to have a glance on the legal framework and instruments that we developed in the past, but just to highlight, starting from the late 70s of the past century, but just to highlight the last one, but not least, the regional strategy for integrated management for coastal protection and adaptation to climate change that was developed within the frame of an interregional cooperation project that is Adria-CLIM. Other policies and actions, projects on mitigation adaptation fostered by my region that are involving also other administration are the Permanent Forum on Climate Change, the Forestation Project, Put Down Roads in the Future, the Carbon Credit Project, the Action Plans for Climate and Sustainable Energy, the installation of the Climate Observatory by our regional agency for the environment, and some of the recent projects that support these policies, actions and projects at local level, but also European level. In particular, the Adria-CLIM project. But what is the added value of the interregional and cross-border cooperation? Just a reflection on these 5 points that are resumed in the work together in a wider strategic framework. That means to try to reach objectives together with other regional administration that would be actions more efficacious in terms of not only reach singular objectives for the singular administration, but reaching objectives and making actions valid also for the regional community across Europe. Having positive economic and social impacts, contributing to the economic growth and social development and cultural exchange, addressing common challenges, sharing resources, enhancing policies of the singular regional administrations, the positive impact on cohesion and territorial development through the cooperation programs that give and encourage to sustainable development, innovation and efficient use of resources, and help to overcoming administrative technical barriers, facilitating joint projects, infrastructure development, exchange of best practice, and then also, last but not least, also in this case, strategic planning and programming of joint services, collaborative initiatives, improving connectivity, finding and implementing shared solutions. In particular, I want to underline the case of the Adria-CLIM project, a very recent project, 18 partners building adaptation plans for Adriatic coastal areas with a common approach, methodology, sharing knowledge and good practices, and producing new tools and detailed climate scenario downscaling at regional level in the Adriatic. An example is the recent strategy of Emilia-Romagna for coastal protection and adaptation. This is the entire process in a glance that was followed also by the other partners. So, namely, the design, preparation of a preliminary document giving some directions, and then co-designing the participatory process with the local communities, local public administration, municipalities, universities, economic operators and associations, youth organizations, and environmentalist association, in order to fix together, in particular, the work with the youth organization was peculiar because we thought that we have to involve them writing together, putting the basis together for the adaptation and the resilience of our coast, that it is a heritage that we will leave them when they will be the next administrators, technicians, researchers, economic operators in the very next future, managing our coast. And then to set this first comprehensive document of strategy, matching with the detailed scenarios coming from the work together in the Adriatic project for the coast, so detailed scenarios for each pilot of the coast. And then concluding with a consultation of this document through a platform, the Partecipazione Deciding platform we developed and started in this occasion. So it was also the Interreg project was also the opportunity to implement a new and more powerful platform for participation, and then starting in 2023 with the monitoring of the implementation of the strategy, and also a second round with young people. This is at a glance the results of the participatory process, with a number of meetings, number of overall attendance, views of the process totaled on the platform, and the several contributions achieved and included in the document of the strategy. And then a second round of participation with directed to the young people, together in participatory workshops with senior and balanced senior and young representatives of the four helix, talking about in an intergenerational key, discussing about governance, communication, participation, monitoring, and knowledge improvement, producing prototypes on how to implement this. These are the main objectives and pillars of the GDAC, of the strategy, dealing with the climate change impacts on the coast, sea level rise, storm surges, coastal erosion, marine flooding, and saltwater intrusion in the waters underground, coastal waters. And as you see, there are in the strategy a number of 16 actions and 66 measures for implementation of the actions directed to the local administration, but also to other sectors of the region, grouped in four main group of actions: systemic, adaptation, maintenance, and cross-cutting. These are, in the very last period, 2020-2023, the regional investment in coastal management and risk mitigation. As you see, ordinary maintenance, extraordinary maintenance as nourishment with offshore sands taken from the sand deposit in the middle of the Adriatic, relict beaches of 12,000 years ago, maintenance of defense works, and and in particular also the contribution that the region gave to a very important project, the Sea Park of Rimini, against marine ingression risk and hydraulic risk mitigation. A total of 76 million euros that are, it seems, a good figure, but is not enough at all to face the future challenge we have. This is just a glance on what is the coastal nourishment with offshore sands in the Emilia-Romagna. This deposit was investigated also thanks to another project that was Beachmed, that was the project started from which started the Bologna Charter initiative. Overall, we started in 2002, and the first GRAD project, and at the end of 2022. Overall, 4.5 million cubic meter, 67 million euros in 20 years we brought on our coast. This is the Sea Park of Rimini. That is an example of urban sustainable development approach to coastal resilience that the region supported in the frame of the strategy and also of the Bologna Charter principle and initiatives. As you see, this is a very important operation in terms of, not only in terms of importance for the adaptation to climate change and marine ingression, but also in terms of money. There are still 25 million monies to find for completing it, and this is a problem that I will mention after. This is what was before and what is after now the new waterfront and the promenade of Rimini. That was a real win-win operation, putting together the touristic relaunching of the city, the protection from marine ingression, but also the protection from the rainfall from the inland. It is a very complex project. And just to say you that these are just the last development occurred recently straight in line with the principle of the initiative of the Bologna Charter. An initiative started, as recalled Davide, in 2007, taking the move from a very first project, Beachmed, in the Interreg 3C, and then renewed in the Interreg 4C with the Beachmed A regional framework operation, in which all the partners thought about how to consolidate the partnership, how to continue to work together to foster the problems and the possible solution and the need of investment for this possible solution for our coast. So after the first signature of 9 regions in 2007, during the Maremed project, it was the occasion to renew the policy document, and the signature in Brussels in 2013. Now we are 29 maritime regions adherent to the Bologna Charter, and plus the endorsement of Inter-Mediterranean Commission of the CPMR. We had from there, 16 years of regional cooperation in European projects on coastal issues, Constance, Coast Gap, in which we did the first joint action plan in 2015 and renewed in 2019, and then also other projects like SHAPE, Co-Evolve, MedCoast for Blue Growth, Co-Evolve for Blue Growth, EcoMed Port, Change Recare, and last but not least, Adria Clim. As you see in different programs, this was the idea of the partners adhering to the charter, that we had to spread our actions and get all the opportunities given by the different program to make action inscribed in an overall strategy we designed together. And this is the added value of the interregional cross-border cooperation I mentioned before, but I reconfirm in this moment. Another important issue from the first joint action plan was the starting of a national board on coastal erosion with the ministry and the 15 maritime regions of Italy that produced the national guidelines for coastal protection from erosion and climate change effects. To say that this interregional cooperation and cross-border cooperation give fruits also at the national level in this sense. This is the last, and just a reflection or a question, is there the room for a relaunching of this initiative, because it is needed, a relaunch, renewing the policy document, because in the meantime, from 2013, several changes occurred in instruments, in policies at European level, national level, and so it could be this, the frame, and review also the joint action plan. Joint action plan that include several axes of actions, 4 axes of actions. The slide is not here, but because maybe this is a previous version. Just to say that there are 4 axes dedicated to the transnational cooperation, so research and innovation, planning, use of, sustainable use of resources, designing of adaptation solution, and so on. And a 4th axis that is respond to the challenge of climate change, including in the joint action plan major coastal projects proposed by the region's partner of the charter. For instance, the great project with the offshore sands of Emilia-Romagna was inside. The 2 big projects of Department de l'Hérault, Région Sud, was inside. Another big project of Cyprus was inside. Other projects of monitoring systems of Catalonia were inside. But you must go there and see. The renewal of the joint action plans would mean the recognition on the state of implementation of that project, so major coastal projects, and make a call for action by towards the other regions that wish to include new major coastal projects in the new version of the joint action plan. What could be a possible evolution of the Bologna for the relaunch of the Bologna Charter could be a relevant contribution for the European strategy for the Mediterranean macro region, the EUSMED, and in particular on coastal issues, adaptation and resilience objective of the coastal area. Could be an exemplary approach on which to base to possibly systematize the institutional financial ecosystem on adaptation and provide a joint programming with the objective to make them co-financed by specific European and national resources for the adaptation and resilience priorities of territories and coastal zones. Making this relaunch and this review of the plan and of the policy document means also consider the actual dimension of the climate change impacts we are experiencing now, the need to overcome the current fragmentation of funds for adaptation policies. We saw also in the presentation of Irene Bonvissuto, there are several opportunities, but these opportunities, these lines of financing, no one of these can finance directly by itself one project like the Rimini Sea Park. It is too much. And this fragmentation, yes, it is a lot of opportunity, but the reverse face of the medal is that it is a fragmentation. And this means difficulties by administration to apply, because there are different sources have different criteria, timing, conditions, restrictions, and so on. And this is a jungle, I may say. So, but there are opportunities, yes. So also there will be the opportunity to reaffirm the role of the regions in the development of management of specific knowledge, but also on the design and implementation of adaptation projects and the territory transformation in adaptive care. To consider also the utmost importance to prevent the possible reduction of European funds, because we know the discussion now is on the enlargement, the post-war Russian Ukraine and so on, that will probably affect the cohesion fund, and this must be monitored, and an action in this sense, sensibilization in this sense could be useful. And then, last but not least, the need for an integrated multi-level action in synergy with other Mediterranean initiatives like EUSAIR, WestMed, USMed, the initiative of the Union for the Mediterranean, the Blue Med initiative, the SBEP, Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership, and so on, involving Mediterranean bodies, national, regional, and local authorities to promote appropriate European funding policies for adaptation. So I hope to have been in 10 minutes, I don't know, but yes, thank you for your attention, and just an input to look forward to New Horizon, thinking that there is the possibility to achieve this objective of creating a fund for adaptation, or in second objective to empower the actual funding for adaptation policies. That's something that we may call an European Marshall Plan for adaptation to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Roberto. They were 10 Mediterranean minutes, but your presentation was very interesting, I must say. And also, really, we look forward to the revamp of this Bologna Charter initiative. As you know, we are trying to put it as one of the key flagships also in the proposal that we are elaborating with the Mediterranean regions for this potential new Mediterranean macro region. So we really look forward to the revamp of this collaboration, and we will work together with all the Mediterranean regions in view of the General Assembly of the Inter-Mediterranean Commission the first week of July. Just one thing, because when I was listening to the Commission this morning in the previous session, I thought that we should put a lot of emphasis during the revamp on the connection with the EU climate mission. because that would open to a lot more of opportunities in terms of funding also to catalyze, as we did in the first section, first, let's say, edition and second edition of the Joint Action Plan of the Bologna Charter.
Yes, of course.
So thank you very much, and also for the guiding, let's say, role and experience that your region has always had in these coastal adaptation matters. So,
yes, but we did build together, not just the Emilia-Romagna region.
Indeed, indeed. Yes. That's very important.
With all the regions.
Indeed. We will do that together. Thank you, Roberto. Now, we have just a small change of plans in the agenda because we have one of our online speakers that needs to leave due to another important meeting. So I was supposed to give the floor to the representative of Andalusia, but I will give before the floor to Mr. Marino Spilotros. Marino, are you online? Yes, very well. I can see you. Marino represents here the region of Puglia, in particular the asset agency that is the operational arm of the region, also when it comes in particular to projects. And Marino, you will explain us a bit better one specific initiative and project that you have, that's the Silvanus project, very interesting one on wildfire management. So Marino, the floor is yours.
Thank you a lot, Davide, and thank you for organizing this very wonderful meeting and seminar, and that is very helpful for us in order to understand what's going on and to make a point from when we can start again, let's say. Yes, as you said, I will show you the one of our projects that we use as methodology for fight climate vulnerability, the climate change, and so on. But before, I want just to say two little things regarding
sorry for interruption.
and cross-border.
Marino, sorry for the interruption. The presentation is not displaying on the screen, just for you to know that you need to share it yourself.
Yes, now?
Still not? Yes, now.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
No.
No?
Yes, now, yes. Now
okay.
It's displaying. Very well. Thank you, Marino.
Okay, perfect. Before I want just to underline that we had a lot of transnational cooperation projects regarding, for example, the flood risk management. Now we just received the news that we had an Adrian approved, another Italy-Croatia approved regarding these topics. And what we are doing is to collect, since Puglia basically is in the center of the Mediterranean area, what we are trying is to link everyone on the Mediterranean, all the region that are in the Mediterranean that has our same problems. Move on Silvanus. Silvanus is an Horizon project. The only one was founded by the European Commission, and is an integrated technological and information platform for wildfire management. What we have done since, as you have written, the 2023 was the hottest year on the record. You have to think that when we wrote this project, the 2020 was the hottest here on the record, but now that's what happened a few days ago. They just say that last February was the hottest February ever. Just you have to think that, for example, in Brazil, during the Carnival parade in Rio, the temperature they perceived was around 63 degrees. So it's really, hot. So what we have done, we put all, if you see the map, we have all, let's say, the most burned area in the world. So we have Australia, we have Brazil, Indonesia, Greece, Italy, Spain, Portugal, France, and that just France, it starts, and Germany starts to be, not well known for wildfire, but it's what happened now. And the last year, we observed that also in the UK, there was quite huge wildfire. The project was started in October 22. The project cost was 24 million euros. We will have another year of project. There are 15 UN member states and 3 international countries. Going deep, what is the vision? The vision is to the development of a climate and resilient, innovative technology platform. Why? Because we divide in 3 phases. Phase A is prevention and preparedness, like fire injection model, stakeholder engagement. And I want to underline the stakeholder engagement, because what we are doing is, apart from the stakeholder that a regional authority can involve, what we are underline a lot is to involve the new generation, young people. That's why we are going in the school. We organize the World Championship, orienteering championship in Gargano Park, with a lot of emphasis to participate from young people from the school. That's why we want to, let's say, we try to stimulating young people to have a look on what is it's now the situation and how the climate change can really change their future. The second phase is the detections and response. We are working since Horizon, of course, is a research program. We are working with a lot of data analytics and models. The 3 phases is forest restoration policy, because what we learn and we are learning is that, okay, there is an area where there was a wildfire. What we have to do with this area? For example, Puglia now is testing the kind of trees that can be again implanting there in that area, but not only for regenerated forest. For example, and that's why I was speaking about other projects, in a particular area, especially near the coast, where we have also flood risk, what we are doing is also to test plant that and trees, especially trees that has a special roots that can, better fix the flood. What we are thinking to do against, for example, like I said, wildfire, we define 4 lines of defense. The first line of defense identify the region of high probability. And now, as I said before, I think there is no area, at least in Europe, that cannot have now wildfire, since, as I said, also UK have it. Of course, use of device, sensor, and so on. The second line of defense is to use drone, human intelligence, the social media. We create an app, but I will tell you later. The third line of defense is the use of robots and in order to, bring people to safety. The fourth line of defense is the last one. When you have the wildfire, so you have to use plane, helicopters, and so on. This is the Silvanus framework. I will not go in deeply because I don't want to be too technical. But just briefly, we have the cloud, then we have the second part, that is the near edge, where we have the command center, and then the far edge, where we use all the drone sensor and so on. These are some of our user products that we are using, like, as I said, the app, the satellite, and of course we are doing a lot of training. We just finished a training to our civil protection. Almost 100 volunteers for civil protection participate in this update course. What we are using are these new sensors. For example, this one that you can see, the green one, with the artificial intelligence can, when there is the smoke, can understand if it's, for example, fog, or is a smoke from a fire. For example, for fire detection, we use drones, and what we are doing, mapping all the area and see day by day what is going on, what is the humidity, what is the temperature, and so on. This is the pilot's area, mostly all of the partner, as well as, oops, there is something happened. I don't know where.
Yeah, now we can see it again, more or less. No, it went away again.
You see?
No, some problems with the sharing of your screen, Marino. Yeah, now it's again visible. Thank you.
Okay.
You conclude, please.
Okay. This is the pilot that we have. As you can see, this is some of the training that we have done. For example, here in Croatia, the citizen engagement, the young engagement, also, where there are, for example, this is an example that we have done in Rijeka, Croatia, with, for example, the area where there was pubs, where young people goes. And then this is the Slovakia pilot, where we use also these robots. And for example, this is the one that we have done we have tested in Australia, and these are really good. Of course, they use artificial intelligence, and was really, wow, when we saw how they are learning, because of course you have to teach what they have to do. And so there is this camp where they learn how to act when there is, for example, a wildfire. So thank you for your attention. If you have any question, here you can find all my contacts, the contact of the project, and I hope to continue to collaborate with you. And what I say, we we will try to do something in order to not go, because I really miss winter, to not go in February or March like today. Here we have 25 degrees on the beach.
Thank you, Marino. Thank you very much for your contribution. I'm sure this project will be of interest of our member regions, especially for the technological contribution and the testing that you are doing in several pilot areas. So we will share all the materials with all our members. Thanks so much for that. Now we pass from the Adriatic-Ionian area. We have heard from Emilia-Romagna and Puglia, and we go to a region that is at the crossroad of two sea basins, the Atlantic and the Mediterranean. I'm speaking of Andalusia, of course. I hope that Mr. Sergio Arjona can hear us. Yes, very well, I can see you. So thank you very much, Sergio, for being with us. Sergio is the Deputy Minister for Sustainability, Environment and Blue Economy of the regional government of Andalusia, and he also chairs our working group on climate at the CPMR. So thank you very much, Sergio. I think you will enlighten us for sure on the added value of cooperation, your experiences, and you will have for sure some very useful insights and inputs for the future of your climate policies. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Davide, and thank you so much to CPMR to give me the opportunity to participate in this seminar about the cooperation between regions for create new adaptation policies. I want to share a little presentation. I think you can see the presentation?
Yes, now perfect.
Yes, perfect. So climate change is an universal phenomenon that does not understand of administrative boundaries. And this is why it is vital to collaborate across regions to adapt to its impacts. Many of these climate change impacts has a strong cross-border and international dimension. International cooperation has been very positive for Andalusia. It has helped our region to adapt to climate change and improve climate risk prevention. These cooperations has given us opportunities to become stronger and promote cohesion with other European regions, enhancing solidarity and support between us. This has translated into a virtuous collaboration in the fight against climate change impacts, such as wildfires, for example, with our region close to us in the south of Portugal. International cooperation has also allowed to address the challenges involving all levels of society, from public administration to the private sector, academia, non-governmental organizations, and local communities and associations. It has given us a larger perspective on the same issue, not just limited to our own region, but from other territories as well, and help it advance in identifying problems and finding better solutions. This helps solve problems, solve challenges and difficulties in ways we initially didn't notice in our territory, as well as confirm good practices already implemented. This diversity contributes to the process of thinking on and identifying solutions and better decision making in the fight against climate change impacts. Among the main challenges, we can point out the difference in technical and technological capacity between partners. It is essential to define and develop effective common responses to climate change impacts. We also have to think about the different level of governments and sector for each partner. It is another complicated challenge because each region has a different governance system, and sometimes administrative barriers can appear because of different competencies. This can be affected by different legal structure of different countries. We also need to consider the access to accurate climate data necessary for a proper planning of the work to be carried out. And we can't forget the challenge to ensure the long-term sustainability of initiatives and projects in a context of constant changes and need for adaptation. I will try to show you 2 examples of projects, of cooperation projects that we have led in Andalusia as partner, as a lead partner, and also as beneficiary also. These 2 examples, as you can see in the presentation, the first of them is the Life Blue Natura. This is a project that defines tools and standards to calculate CO2 capture in blue carbon ecosystems, such as tidal marshes and also seagrass meadows. It was key to define the Andalusia Blue Carbon Standard, a reference at the European level. It is also the basis of our Andalusian catalogue of blue carbon absorption projects that has helped promote public-private collaboration for the compensation of emissions for organizations registered in the Andalusian Emission Compensation System, the SACE, as we call here in Andalusia. Another example was our participation in the project Flood CBA2. As we can see, is cost-benefit analysis of flood prevention and adaptation strategies. It was a project funded by the European Commission, exactly the DG ECO. We participated with regions from Portugal, Greece, and the United Kingdom. Its aim was to develop and share advanced methodologies for the economic assessment and valuation of adaptation action in flood prevention, and also optimization decision-making by considering investment in infrastructure and adaptation prevention policies, and also maximizing the efficiency of public spending and protecting vulnerable communities. The Andalusians' involvement in this program was particularly fruitful. This project promotes the exchange of knowledge and experiences among regions facing similar challenges related to flood risk. Through workshops and knowledge network, we learn from other regions, adapting innovative solutions to our local context. This kind of cooperation has improved our vision and capacity to implement more effective adaptation and prevention measures, as well as identifying key sectors and actors for defining the work methodology. Finally, I will try some recommendations that we think we can help to European Commission or to European institution to introduce or to improve the cooperation programs in adaptation climate. I think it would be useful to have a tool that helps identify regions with similar climate concerns or problems and help improve collaboration in project proposal. For this reason, it could be helpful to have a centralized platform where regions, entities, and organizations could register their specific challenges, ongoing projects, and areas of interest. This combined with a visual system and a deleted database would help users to quickly identify regions with similar problems, and this would be facilitate the chain of ideas or search for partners. Even a matching tool that suggests potential partners with similar interests would be provided. This platform would not only make the search for partners more efficient, but also promote a more integrated and collaborative European community in the fight against climate change. I will try to be very brief because I know you are over the time. And for me, that's all. If you have any doubts or whatever you need about our projects implemented here in Andalusia, I have my email and my contact from my team in order to share with you all the information that you require for us.
Thank you very much, Sergio, for your contribution. Completely in line also with most of the other speakers this morning, and you have underlined several aspects that emerged already, and with providing, let's say, kind of a solution also to some of those, like the issue of data. With the proposal of a centralized platform, some topics that were also discussed recently and will be further discussed within the working group on climate. So thank you very much for that. Now we move from Andalusia and from the Mediterranean and the Atlantic to another geographical commission, another sea basin. We move up north. We have the pleasure of having with us Mr. Pontus Lindberg. He's a member of the Regional Council of the region of Skåne in Sweden, who also is the vice chair of the CPMR Baltic Sea Commission Energy and Climate Working Group. So that's a real pleasure to count on your participation, Pontus. I think, and we were discussing shortly this morning, that you have really a lot of challenges, but also good experiences and projects. So I'm sure you will have insights, in particular when it comes to coastal erosion and multi-level governance. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
The presentation is going to be displayed in a second. Yeah.
So, excellent. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here with you today and talk about some of the share examples that we have seen when it comes to climate adaptation in Skåne and the Öresund region. First, some basic fact about Skåne and what we are. We are actually a region, the southernmost tip of Sweden, and since we are responsible for the healthcare system, there is also some basic fact about that to begin with. So in Sweden we have roughly 43 children are birth every day. We have a lot of healthcare appointments in our organization. We have a lot of trips in our public transport system, which is very much developed, and we have a lot of laboratory experiments going on since we have 4 university hospitals in the areas, and we have, of course, then a very huge premises for that. So, and we have also a growing population, which is always good to have. So we think that we make life possible in our part of Sweden, but we have also some problems, and that brings us over to climate adaptation. Being the southernmost tip of Sweden, we have actually the sea on all 3 parts of our region, and the sea is actually quite near for everybody. It's not more than 50 kilometers for every one of our 1.4 million inhabitants. And in the autumn of 2023, the storm Babette hit Skåne with winds up to 33 meters per second, causing severe damage to the long coastline of Skåne, the southern part of Sweden. Coastal erosion is not a new phenomenon, but right now it's happening faster than ever. New long-term effective methods are therefore needed to stop the negative effect of coastal erosion. At the same time, there is a lack of policy and also practice around how different methods can be combined. At the same time, we have a special situation in Skåne, since the rest of the Scandinavian peninsula is actually slowly but steadily actually rising from the sea level since the last ice age. But our part of Skåne and some part also of Denmark is actually sinking. It is not going especially fast, but is actually sinking. And that's not a good thing when we have rising sea level. So the beaches of Skåne face a severe risk of being eroded and worn away by storm surges at the sea rises. However, there are opportunities. Region Skåne has successfully tested new nature-based protection against erosion at different locations around the Skåne coastline. With finance from the EU LIFE program and the unique project Lifeguard Coast Adapt, it has tested several different methods in the same place. Skåne has nearly 50-mile long coastline, and that consists of soft, sandy beaches to approximately 25%. Now, as the sea rises rapidly due to global warming, the risk of storm surges increases when large waves strike far inland. The Swedish Civil Contingency Agency has identified that Skåne and Halland coastlines are as natural risk areas for erosion, as well as flooding. However, the society's preparedness is still inadequate. By Swedish standards, we have come quite far in Skåne, and we are the first region in the country to be affected, but still there is more needs to be done. As I mentioned earlier, the erosion problems become very clear after the storm Babette in October 2023. Then, when large waves over 5 meters high rolled in on the Skåne's east coast and south coast in a storm surge, lawns, roads and bridges were washed away. People lost their summer houses, huge economic values literally went out into the sea. Obvious to many, beach protection is needed, but with current legislation, it's complicated to realize protection. Today's laws and regulations hinders the works. The major obstacle is that no authority or municipality in Sweden has the responsibility for coordination, the implementation of measures that can contribute to comprehensive solution against erosion. Large values are at stake. Skåne's coastal zone is more developed than any other coastal area in the country. At the same time, significant natural values exist along the coast. Coastal protection laws and other regulation limit the coastal protection's options. Many of Skåne's coastal municipalities are planning various efforts to reduce the risk of erosion, but the experience shows that traditional hard coastal protection, such as breakwaters, groins, and stone revetments, do more harm than good because the transport of sand is blocked, thus erosion spreads. The nature-based solutions are more resilient. A hard protection wall can break, and then the consequences are significant. Oft soft beach nourishment that goes out into the sea during a storm largely returns by itself. The question coastal municipalities must ask themselves is whether they want to maximize development in coastal areas or leave room for coastal protection. The nature-based measures require more space than stone protection and embankments. To promote more natural-based coastal protection, Skåne has worked to investigate how protection measures are the best with the help of EU funding with the LIFE program. With experience from the Life Coast Adapt, the most successful protection methods were beach nourishment. The purpose is to build up the beach areas into a buffer between the waves and the fragile dunes, which in turn protects the hinterland. Remove old stone protection. Over the years, many hard protection against storms has been put up. Stone revetments, walls, piers, and breakwaters. Now we have the knowledge that these hard protections can actually do more harm than good against erosion, all because the transport of sand is blocked. Reduced stormwater flow with creation of wetlands. Sand fencing to catch lost rains when it's windy. Create the sand engine, an underwater version of beach nourishment. Their method involved laying a large layer of sand on the sandbed and to spread to the beaches. Plant eelgrass. Eelgrass naturally protect the erosion by dampening waves and binding sediment, but in several places, eelgrass is being squeezed by dredging and other underwater works and needs to be safeguarded. So one might wonder, why is Region Skåne involved in this? The simple and short answer is because we can and we want to. No other organization in Skåne has the capacity and the organization to carry out such a large project. And with the life founding, Region Skåne could not have implemented it. The project has been crucial for people to regain their property and to preserve significant socioeconomic values. And now we are working in the same line together with our Danish friend in the greater Copenhagen area. We have also published a white paper on this issue, and we will continue to work in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pontus, also in particular for recalling the important, but also the challenges of the nature-based solutions. That's one of the main points you made. Thank you for that. Now we pass from the Baltic. We come back actually to the Mediterranean, and we go a bit east, not very far from here. I'm looking at you, dear Marinos Kritsotakis. You are General Director of Sustainable Development at the region of Crete. So welcome, and we know that you have a lot of experience and you have a regional plan, of course, for climate adaptation, but also what are the difficulties, if you have encountered any, in the implementation of this plan? And also you have several projects, among which we know one, Transcend, that is more focused on water management and climate change. So if you can explain us, elaborate a bit on those initiatives, and also building on that, give some recommendations for the future cooperation programs. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I think we broke the uncertainty, not the climate, but the panel. Two Marinos in the same panel.
Two Marinos is a lucky, lucky one.
Yes, thank you for the invitation. And okay. In my presentation, we focus on Crete and also my experiences for EU cooperation. Crete, the last decade, dynamically cooperated with many EU institutes. In the decade of 90s, the institutes located in Crete especially, there are two universities, one polytechnic school, one technological institute, and run many projects related in general to protect the environment, both physical and anthropogenic, along with the regional development. The following decade of millennium, due to EU policy, two main actions improved the regional cooperation. The first, many new players involved in project, what we call stakeholders. For example, the region of Crete is considered as stakeholders. And the second action, the climate change, came into institutional analysis, and it came in the broader discussion among stakeholders. Recently, the involvement of new players, the private sector, research companies, etc., gave a new boost to international cooperation. Okay. The climate change is a pan-cosmic phenomenon which cannot be attributed to its specific country that causes greenhouse emissions. All countries are at the same time culprits and victims of the problem. Therefore, the international cooperation should be the safe pathway to address this problem. On the other hand, the adaptation to climate change should be targeted in specific areas, such as the scales and types of impact, the capacity to adapt, and the vulnerability. The adaptation is an important challenge involving the restructuring of social and economic system, and the international discussion of how it should be implemented and supported remains ongoing.
The international cooperation, including in the strategic plan of the region of Crete, and during the last decade, about 60 projects in the regional cooperation were run. In particular, regarding the climate change, the region of Crete enhances the knowledge, shares good practices among the members, and triggers action to adapt the climate change and prevention measures. For example, research studies in climate change focus on Crete the last 30 years during the international cooperation project, along with best practice of other regions adopted to design the regional climate adaptation plan. The plan elaborates the Crete engage the temperature rise, the decrease of precipitation, increase the intensity of extreme event, and sea level rise. All sectors of economy were evaluated: agriculture, biodiversity, ecosystem, water resources, tourism, energy, health, infrastructures, etc. Finally, the Adaptation Action Plan on Climate Change and Resilience, with measures in all sectors in Crete, is applied to reduce risk and cost. Crete, located in the mid-eastern Mediterranean Sea and in a distance of only 500 kilometers from Sahara Desert and 1,500 kilometers from Mesopotamia Fertile Crescent. Therefore, we're really aware about climate change impact, mainly for desertification, land gradation, water availability, heat waves, flood, etc., and also for environmental migration flows. The research of international cooperation in project downscales the climate change impact, focuses on Crete, and moreover study the vulnerability of physical system of the island. The outcomes from these researches give suggestions for the adaptive regional comprehensive policy on climate change impact in Crete. Allow me to make a reference example, the project of Transcend of now running. The objective of Transcend is to identify and catalyze the adoption of transformational adaptation policies to water scarcity, including innovative allocation systems and economic instruments that are adaptable to uncertainty and change in parallel with sustainable economic growth and welfare. Transcend develops a groundbreaking ecosystem of innovation building upon three pillars. First, a network of knowledge for stakeholders in 7 living labs. We can see this lab in the map. A modeling suite to guide stakeholders in transformation adaptation policy. And the third pillar, an accounting and monitoring toolbox. It should be also noted, we heard about Mrs. Fanagiotou, who is noted the first session, who applied their Sinathon or scenario marathon, which are a type of serious game which be used first to foster inclusive decision-making processes and second, respectful debate inspired by Talonia dialogue. Finally, some recommendation in the context of cooperation programs of adaptation to climate change and risk prevention at regional level. In the national and the regional development planning, the mainstream adaptation to climate change to be proactively included, taking into account future climatic change risk. The international collaboration in the field of observation, prediction, impact assessment, and other aspects of climate change should be pursued to enable regional authority to identify and predict the regional impact to climate change and perceive the risk. Adaptation measures should become a comprehensive policy issue to be addressed in the context of development policy on poverty reduction, agricultural development, water resources management, disaster prevention, natural environmental preservation, and sustainable utilization of natural resources. Adaptation policies should be aimed at producing benefit in multiple areas of the project. Adoption measures should be integrated on comprehensive development strategies at national and regional level based on long-term cross-sectoral perspective to cope with the compound impact of climate change. The formulating adaptation measures is necessary to consider how to utilize and enhance the local indigenous resilience practices and knowledges possessed by local communities. The adaptation approach should be considered with the situation of each targeted area, such as the scales and types of impact, the capacity to adapt, and vulnerability. A technical international cooperation can help regional authorities to build a climate resilient development and infrastructure. I think I'm in time. Just a picture for a paradise of Crete.
Thank you very much, Marinos. We will duly consider your recommendations for the future programs and build on that. Thanks for your contribution. Now we move from Crete to the Western Mediterranean, to Tuscany. And we have the pleasure of having with us Luigi Cipriani, that also has our colleague Roberto Montanari is an old friend of the CPMR too, I must say, from very long time ago. He was involved also in I remember in the Aquamarina working group of the IMC many years ago. So thanks, Luigi, for your work and contribution. He's responsible for coastal erosion, precisely at the Tuscany region. And your region is carrying a lot of course, of projects, initiatives. I'm sure you will delve a bit on that, and in particular on the Regions for Climate project. That is one of the new ones that you are developing on the matters that occupy us this morning. So the floor is yours, Luigi. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I try to be quick. Our experience in interregional cooperation started back in 2002, as we were part of the Erosion project. It was the first big project financed by the European Commission, directly by the DG Environment. And that for the first time really stated the pillars of the way to adapt coastal erosion, which are the restoring the sediment balance, considering space and sediment for sustainability on the coast. It's particularly underlying the problem of coastal squeeze, which has been very well showed by Gaia for the Marche region example early this morning. So this first project gave then the rise to a series of other projects financed by the European Commission. All this that you can see in the slides are related to coastal zone management and coastal erosion and adaptation. In all of this, we have been part, direct or indirectly, and we had the opportunity to cooperate with many regions, local authorities, universities, etc. This gave rise to the publication a lot of scientific works, papers, and books, which are today still the basis of many coastal projects design. This was mentioned already by Roberto. This network also gave rise to the possibility to work all together in Italy, 15 regions all together to work toward guidelines for coastal erosion. Something that I would like to underline in this was not only the possibility to work 15 regions altogether, but also together with the academia, with the universities and the river basin authorities. Because as we have seen, and we will never stop saying, that the big problem is the fact that the problem we face at the coast is always, it starts from the hilllands and from the river basin, where we build dams and we dredge rivers. So it was very important, the fact that we deal with the 360 degrees, with the entities that work toward the same project and problems. This cooperation also gave rise in 2020 to the BeachMed community, which is an association with 51 members from 10 countries. You can see them all here. From Greece, we have a couple of them, also in Crete. And this is very important. And all these slides are just to say that between the beginning of the year 2000 to today, in 20 years, we have worked a lot building this network, and I have to thank the CPMR, because I think nobody is better than you can do this role, can lead this role, to keep us all together and to force us to work as a team. Going to some example of projects we are working at the moment. This is one of the Horizon mission on climate that we've been talking this morning. This is a big project that started at the beginning of last year, January 2023, with 44 partners. The lead partner is VTT, the research institute in Finland, and there are 13 countries in it. And in particular, we are interested in trying to face the adaptation to climate change, in particular in coastal regions. We, as Region of Tuscany, together with the Azores, that were present today here, we are part of the faster adaptation suite, where we try to deal with restoration, nature-based solution, and stakeholder engagement in coastal adaptation strategies. I will show you very quickly now what we are doing in the project, and of course this is the base of the nature-based solution that were already been mentioned before. I don't need to go in detail in this. The fact that when we work with nature, with nature-based solution, they're not only less expensive to build them, but they're also very much less expensive to maintain them, because the cost of hard structures, it's extremely high, not only to build but also to maintain in time. Quickly, these are some examples of nature-based solution along our coastline, especially for coastal dune restoration. We try to use the material that arrive to the beach ashore during storms and flooding, and to keep them in place. Instead of spending money to bring them into the discharging place, we put them on the beach at the base of the dune in order to protect the dune itself. And we have monitored and seen that with a very little expense, we can have the dune to rebuild itself, because this kind of structure are natural and they also act as a defense during storms. The evolution time is quite quick, and we only use natural material that we can find very locally with no much of expense of transport. And we only use natural material like coconut fibers and natural wood that gets ashore. When we have bigger problem like blowouts and when the dune is breached out by big storms, we rebuild it with the natural sand and with this natural net of coconut, and we plant the local species on top, and you can see after a few years it looks like natural, because the base of a nature-based solution is something that it becomes part of the environment in a short time. When you go back in the field after a few years, you should not be able to recognize where you have been doing this intervention. This is the fact that if a nature-based solution was done in the right way. Of course, we have been working also in defending the pathways, because our beaches have a lot of pressure during the summer from tourism. So a lot of time was spent also in protecting the access and doing a lot of information with panels, etc. The stakeholder engagement is always a big part. It is a point that's been said already several times since this morning. In our case, it was made through a lot of field work, workshops, not only with stakeholders, but also with students from different levels of school, and also with the researchers from all around Europe. And the lesson learned, first of all, was to convince our local stakeholders to promote and sell the natural and unique Mediterranean coastal environment. I never stop saying this. Talking to our manager of the bathing establishment, they always put on the internet the picture of white, clean beaches like in the Caribbean, which is nothing to do with our Mediterranean coastal environment. So they are the first we have to train. They have to be proud of our beaches, which have nothing to do with the Caribbean beach. We have Posidonia oceanica leaves, we have a lot of different aspects, and we have to sell this environment because it is our Mediterranean environment. This kind of nature-based solution was also part of this Mediterranean ecosystem document. And this I have to thank again the CPMR invited us a couple of years ago to present this solution, and it was awarded to be part of this guidance. And it was a great opportunity for us to interact with this inter-Mediterranean community. It really enriched us a lot to work in a big group. This is another project that started this year. It is in the Interreg Maritime Italy-France program. It is called Ammirare, and still stress the resilience of the coastal ecosystem and the ecosystem-based approach for the beaches. In particular, we try to promote the ecological beach model. It is the same that I've said before. We try to educate our stakeholders to live our beach the way it is. Not only considering the beach as a unique system, but to consider the dune, beach, and banquette as a unique ecosystem. They're all together. You cannot consider them differently. And when I talk about beach ecosystem, I talk about the subaerial and submerged beach, of course. The main point of this project is to increase the monitoring and to increase also the stakeholder engagement in this procedure, also using new techniques like the submarine drones. And at the end, to build and to write guidelines for the local municipalities in order to manage their coastline. The last project that we have got, again, in the Horizon program is going to start in June of this year. It's called Medarian. In this case, the coordinator is Greek, is Demokritos Research Institute in Athens. And again, this project is about the nature-based solution for critical infrastructures. In particular, this is the demonstrator, the replicators. You have two in Greece. You have the Engaleo and the Sitia municipality in Crete. In Italy, we have the Marina di Pisa beach, which is the one you see with gravel beach. And I was very happy to see the example from the north of France, because we are doing a lot of coastal restoration with gravel, especially in those areas where hard structure were built in the past, seawalls and detached breakwaters. We demolish the hard structure and we replace them with gravel beach. So I will be very interested in sharing some experience with our French colleagues about the management of gravel beaches. These are some examples in Marina di Pisa, where during the big storm of last fall, in November and December, the storm was so big that all the gravel went back on the street, and that was a big problem, as you can imagine. To conclude about the question, what recommendation to give to the European Commission to increase this network, not much, because there are plenty of opportunities into the Interreg Life Horizon program, as you have seen. from this morning. My only suggestion is to take care of these TAIEX and twinning opportunities that give the opportunity for local authorities from states to ask for help and expertise to the European Commission, that then through their international expert can do a good work. And also another opportunity is toward the DG reform, where you can have some special program for building a strategy. This was being used by the Spain government lately for their strategy, and from the Maltese island is just finished. My colleagues are now there today, and it was a good work, and it was done by the help of this. It was financed by the European Commission through this technical support instrument by the DG reform. In this case, you can have the help of several international experts that can build a good practice to build a strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luigi, also in particular for the very informative visual and also, I must say, didactic presentation, because you helped us also understand very well how interventions are developed on the ground. So thanks very much for that. Now we approach the last intervention of this panel that will precisely help us kind of make the link also with the mitigation aspects, giving us some complementary ideas also on some interregional cooperation potential and subjects linked to manufacturing and CO2 emission reduction. So Dr. Panagiotis Stavropoulos is not with us today now, but he will be with us this afternoon during the study visit. But we have the pleasure to have with us this morning Professor Vicky Panagiotopoulou, if I pronounce it well.
Close enough.
Close enough? Thank you. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And on behalf of Professor Panagiotis Stavropoulos and our laboratory for manufacturing systems and automation, I would like to thank the organizers for being part of the morning session, but also organizing the study visit later. So I'm not sure if the PPT is on there. Okay, thank you.
It should work.
Yeah. Maybe I can do it a bit. Yeah. So today's presentation is about dematerialization, or how we call it, produce more with less. And we all come across these headlines about wildfires and the impact of climate change. And I think one of these titles, that Greece will lose a lot of tourists due to climate change, I think it talks to many of us. What is the need here? The need is to decrease our ecological footprint, but we come across two contradictory terms. We have quite recent living standards, so we need to still produce a lot of products to make sure that we maintain our human development index, but we also need to do that in a sustainable way. In this graph, as you can see, on the horizontal axis is the human development index, and the closer one you are to value 1, it means that you have a higher development. So that means you're closer to the developing countries, and as you can see that North America and EU are closer to the right. But on the same time, we have the vertical axis, which is actually a representation of how much material we need in order to make sure that we maintain this human development, and starting from zero from top. So if we are, let's say, to the top left of the chart, like many African countries, it means that they're not so developed, but they don't need that many materials in order to maintain this. Actually, EU, or most EU countries, have a high human development index, and they require a lot of materials. So actually, our aim is to be on the top right corner. So to have a high development, but also not to need a lot of materials to maintain that. Manufacturing, we might have some areas like in North America, Europe, or East Asia that is quite localized, but actually it's a global game. And its effects, since manufacturing is one of the top contributors to carbon emissions and climate change, are global. And the more industrialized a region is, the more energy is consumed, as you can see from the bottom left graph, and also the higher the greenhouse gas emissions. So moving on, in terms of resources, and when we talk resources, we talk about energy, but also materials. So energy on the left graph. It keeps increasing. This graph might be a bit misconceptive on the eye, but it's a logarithmic one, so it means that even a slight change that, it means actually in absolute values high increase. And also when we talk about resources, when the Industrial Revolution started, we tend to have more of the common materials like iron, titanium, and chromium. As we come towards the recent years and what we call the fourth industrial revolution, we are going for the rare materials, which means that lower concentration. But this is what we are in need. So actually, this is our concept that our lab has been developing the last year to produce more with less. So in order to have products with the same performance and the same functionalities, we need to go back to the source and make sure that we use the least amount of materials and the energy while maintaining the high standards of the manufacturing sector. Of course, there are several green strategies in manufacturing that have been applied, starting with lean manufacturing and sustainability, which is more known to everybody, circular economy, which means trying to make sure that we increase the lifetime of materials and products, zero defect manufacturing, which actually focusing on reducing the number of defected products, Green Deal, and Industry 5.0, which is like the overarching or the more general framework that includes sustainability, but also human centricity and resilience for European industry. So producing more with less. Actually, the manufacturing sector is this industrial sector that takes the raw materials and transforms it into a product. So this is the definition. So in order to ensure that we have a sustainable approach for manufacturing, we need to reduce the resources, the energy. Some case when we talk about human centricity, the human physical load as well. And we need to do that without compromising the functionalities of the final product, but also ensuring that we are environmentally sustainable, so low carbon emissions, financially sustainable, so low costs, and also to ensure that we have taken into consideration the well-being of society and the workers. So this is the dematerialization framework that our lab has been working on. And actually what we're trying to do, we are talking about material and knowledge. And knowledge, we are talking about the capabilities of the product. And what we are trying to reduce the material that we're using in the manufacturing sector, but increasing the capacities of the product at the end. So this is the, I don't want to go into too many details. This is the general overview. And we have three main pillars that we're approaching this, either the processes, and we will see some case studies later on, the digital tools, and the circular economy. So this dematerialization framework can be case dependent because from different processes, from different production lines, from different factories, we tend to have different requirements on how to do this. And moving on into the pillar case study, starting from the manufacturing processes, additive manufacturing is one of the processes that we're trying to intervene and make it more sustainable by reducing the mass. But also ensuring that the final product would be lightweighted, but also be very close to what the customer has specified. Moving on to the digital tools, we are trying to increase the capacity of our current digital tools. And we have different applications that also includes the robotics as well. And in terms of circular economy, we are trying to support the industries into incorporating different, what we call R strategies, so not just recycling, but also reusing, remanufacturing, and refurbishing in order to make sure that the products that we have been developed in the past stay in the use phase as long as possible. And just a summary of the different pillar case studies. What we see here, M is for material, K is for knowledge. We see that over the years, in different examples, the material, which is the blue line, goes starts to decreasing while the knowledge increases. And I think this is more obvious in graph A, where we're talking about the storage disk. So 20 years ago, the storage disks were bigger, meaning more material, and less capacity for storing, as we have right now. That also includes for laptop. 20 years ago, laptops were quite heavy. Right now, we have laptops which is less than a kilo. And also with car engines as well, it's the same. So in a nutshell, what we're trying to do is a kind of a holistic approach for this. So we're starting from the process level, which is in the purple circle, then moving on to the machine tool level, so just on the level of the equipment, about energy losses or carbon emissions. And then we go on the larger scale, which is the production line or the factory line, trying to implement there our dematerialization framework. So as take-home message is what our lab is trying to do is listen to what industry and society wants in terms of what are their expectations, try to provide solutions that can be easily customized from one industry to the other, implement changes on different manufacturing levels, and this is because we're trying to have changes with the lowest interruption but with the highest impact. And of course, we're not just talking about the technological aspect, but also we're trying to incorporate the environmental, financial, and social aspects of sustainability. And we look forward to hosting everyone later this afternoon at our Teaching Factory Competence Center, where you can have a look at our demonstrators and see how things are there, but also our educational activities, and also maybe to discuss about future opportunities. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vicky, for this complementary presentation, and for sure we will delve more into that this afternoon. Now, theoretically, it would have been time for debate, but I think that's a bit late for that. The good news is that at least for the political board members, tomorrow we will have a climate session, so we could follow up for sure on some of the subjects that were dealt with today during this very seminar. Now, and before giving, of course, the floor to our president and Deputy Governor Zaimis for the conclusions, I would like just to wrap up 4 things that I think emerged from every presentation during the day. I think the first thing is, of course, about data. We need more data, we need better data, we need better management of data, coordinated management of data. So this is really clear and emerged from every presentation. Then we need a better multi-level governance. We need really also more participatory approaches. They are difficult to manage, but they complete the vision of multi-level governance. Then we need more network-based solutions. They are difficult to implement too, to identify and to carry on the ground, but they are the real solution. And then, last but not least, we need more funding, that's clear, at all levels. And of course, we need to lobby for that at European level, and we will do that as CPMR, and we need more funding for climate adaptation in particular, and also for risk management. So I would like to thank you very much, in particular, the speakers, all the panelists of both sessions, and I will now give the floor to our President and Deputy Governor Zaimis. Thank you.
Well, I will speak in French. Chers collègues, merci de ces prises de parole. Nous avons certainement été gourmands.
All for your presentations. It's been quite a challenge to have so many panelists together with us. I thank all of them for keeping their time. David summarized all the issues discussed since this morning, showing that we can work together with all authorities at all levels to draft action plans for the years to come for all those regions, also including the Arctic areas where the impact is expected to be really huge. So if we do not connect all together among several levels, from the local one to the European one, we will see even more negative impacts coming due to the existence of such a phenomena. So the first thing for us to better coordinate our efforts and make our voices better heard at the EU level in order for all future policies to consider all these aspects, to consider all those voices. There are indeed several initiatives such as Interreg and other initiatives that can provide funding. Quite often we need a political consensus in order to ensure better funding. Well, we have all had an idea of how important it is, based on basically on what Mrs. Panagatopoulou said. Now, we are all responsible for the implementation of economic strategies, but also adapt to the changing climate through several initiatives to adapt our economies and to help evolve our economies so that they can also work for the benefit of people, to improve the environment and provide more jobs, among other things. These are true necessities, and if we truly want to make our citizens trust all those institutions, to do this, we need a clear vision shared with our citizens and let them understand in what ways all these issues, the economy, energy, oil, etc., can be combined and work together in order for our voices to be heard across all levels. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for participating in this seminar.
David said, and I will pick up from there, agreeing with his points as well, and commenting a little bit. I have noticed 6 points very briefly. First, you mentioned data. I absolutely agree with that, because we don't have the necessary data. When we started studying the shore of Achaia, especially in Rion, we had to do drills. Not only drills. We had to drill the ocean. And that was expensive. When people started seeing the drills, they thought we were drilling for oil. We're not drilling for oil, because we have to see what's inside at the sediment of the basis of the sea, which is important, and of course the currents, etc. There is a great diversity in an area of Mediterranean, which is the beauty of Mediterranean. Diversity is beauty, of course, but it's totally different. If you go 1 kilometer away from that space, the solution is completely different what you have to do, because the currents are different, the basin is different, the size of the stones is completely different, geology is different. So it makes completely different solution what you have to do in that specific coastline. So diversity is beauty, but it also creates a lot of difficulty. So the data you need to take is expensive as well, and it may need some time as well. A few months, not years. Innovation, I would say. The solutions that we've seen today are very important. Innovation is very important because we don't use the same old techniques we used in the 80s and the 90s. I can give you again an example of what we faced as a local authority here. There was a big study of the Polytechnical University of Athens in that area. The solution they gave us was 10 years ago. We did not like that. It was too much cement, too visible, too much, too expensive. So we changed that study with more environmental friendly methods. We lowered the cost. We made it much friendlier and actually much more resilient to time. So today's technique has nothing to do with the engineering solutions that were 15, 20 years ago. No offense with the professors of the university, but what we see today in Europe and in the world, it's very, very different what one were doing some years ago. Money, of course, absolutely we need more money. When we started working on specific coastlines, I can give you an example. Because usually we do roads and bridges, etc. So we say, okay, this is for an area of 2 or 3 kilometers coastline. We estimated an amount. Usually anything that has to do with water, you have to multiply by 3 or 4. So if you think that 2 million euros is in a project in the earth, near the coastline is at least 3 times more for that, for many reasons, because you cannot always act from the shore, you have to go by boat, and you need specialized engineering construction companies that are much more expensive from the usual construction companies. The legal framework is totally different. There is no relation trying to do a project in the mountain or in the shore than to do a project in the coastline. This extremely, at least in Greece, the laws are extremely difficult. Any intervention needs more time. We have photographs from before the Second World War, from the 30s and the 40s, and from the 50s and the 60s. The situation, as I've seen in other countries, has nothing to do with that. The legal framework sometimes is even back before the war. The legal framework today has to be changed, has to be more flexible, but respecting the environment, of course. Social acceptance. Because this movement of population from, at least in Greece, from the mountainous areas, especially after the Second World War, to the coastline is huge. If you go to a Greek island or in Achaia, you'll see that the people were not living next to the coast. They were living usually on the top of a mountain for various reasons, because of the weather, because of safety, etc., etc. After the 50s and the 60s, people started going next to the coast, building houses, building cities, building villages. Of course, they didn't know anything about the climate change. And a lot of mistakes have happened because of wrongly made projects, especially in the 70s and the 80s. And I am 55 years old, and I've seen this construction, this destruction that happened, especially in the 80s, where it was easy to do projects. But of course, the 80s and the 2024 today has nothing to do with it. I was swimming in a sea in Rion. The sea, the sides, the beach was at least 40 or 50 meters width. It doesn't exist today at all. I remember the beach. I remember I was playing as a little boy. I remember even the plants that were special kind of, this doesn't exist at all. There is nothing left. And all this in just 20, 25, 30, no more than 30 years. 30 years approximately that. And we have to understand that if the local authority is not in the beginning part of the solution, of the process of the solution, it's not going to work, because I don't think Brussels knows the problem that well. Not even the governments of the countries know this so well. The local authority knows it very well, usually the municipalities, and the governors knows it very well. So I believe that we have to be in part of the dialogue and the solution, of course, of that from the beginning, and not at the end of the process trying to make some money or some request for money from the local government. I think this is totally wrong. Of course, this is a play between governments and local authority. I have to say that I'm really happy that I saw that the problem is shared in many countries in Europe, and especially in the Mediterranean, but also in the north of Europe as well. Maybe the parameters are different, but I think the source of the problem is the same. So thank you very much for being here and exchanging your ideas. Thank you, Mr. President, for really staying and participating until the end. It's very important for us. And I hope we will continue with a very important meeting after as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Can I have your attention for 1 minute, please, on some logistical issues? We will go now to have a family picture across at the villa. We will guide you outside the building. And after lunch at 3 p.m., we will meet in front of this building to depart for the study visit. And tonight at 8:30, buses will leave from the hotels My Way, Moxie, and Air Hotel Smart to the restaurant W for the dinner. And afterwards, we will have 2 buses, one at 11 p.m. and one at midnight, leaving from the restaurant to take you back to your hotels.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, you can ask us in front of the registration desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much.